Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are dodging a bullet in Middle Tennessee. There's an abundance of snow falling just to our north. Kentucky is getting hit by this winter storm, and a state of emergency is in effect for the entire state. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro tells us it'll be much calmer here.
What we will see through the remainder of this morning, some scattered flurries, a passing snow shower or two. Very little, if any, accumulation will be possible with that, but of course it is still something we want to keep a close eye out for because the temperature will be falling to near and below freezing for the rest of our day today.
Now, stay with us on WTN. We'll keep you posted on weather updates throughout the day. The highly decorated Special Forces soldier who died by suicide in a Cybertruck explosion on New Year's Day had confided to a former girlfriend who had served as an Army nurse that he faced significant pain and exhaustion that she says were key symptoms of traumatic brain injury. Alicia Errett spoke with ABC News.
I think he was just reaching out, and I just didn't pick up on it. I don't think he didn't say anything explicit that would have triggered it, I guess. I just wish I had responded differently.
Green Beret Matthew Livelsberger was 37 years old, a 5-time recipient of the Bronze Star, but reports say that he struggled with mental and physical toll of his service. Mayor Freddie O'Connell says the city is ahead of other cities in its efforts to protect crowds downtown, but a review in the aftermath of New Orleans is underway now, looking at adding more permanent barriers on Broadway.
This is kind of that effort to double down and just ensure that we've got good cost estimates from NDOT for opportunities that may be there for in-street bollards, that we've got deployment scenarios for the relocatable barriers, that we continue to revisit with MMPD and NDOT in particular, but also our Office of Emergency Management.
Metro Police are saying they were monitoring threats for a couple of weeks leading up to the music note drop, but they didn't find anything that needed a response. So what is expected on Wall Street this week? Well, here's Mike Dubusky.
Despite a late surge for stocks, a 5-day closing streak still saw the S&P, Dow Jones, and the Nasdaq closing lower for the first week of 2025. President Biden announced that he will block the $14 billion acquisition of U.S. steel by Japan-based Nippon Steel, claiming that domestically produced steel is essential for national security. Nippon issued a statement saying they are dismayed by the decision. Stocks fell for the plane maker Boeing this week after the crash of a 737 Jeju Airlines jet in South Korea. While the cause of that crash is still under investigation, Mike Whitaker, the chief of the FAA, also said this week the company needs a fundamental cultural shift that's oriented around safety and quality above profit. New vehicle sales in the United States rose 2.7% in the last year as lowering interest rates and discounts enticed customers back to the car lots. General Motors and Ford both posting their best sales numbers since 2019. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And futures this morning are flat. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Not seeing any delays so far this morning on the major roadways heading into Nashville, but just be advised that it did rain overnight. Temperatures are dropping. There could be some freezing. So keep your speeds low as they're hoping you will do today. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Joan Jones is back. Very exciting that she's back. Now, the problem, of course, being that apparently, Joan, your camera's not working.
Oh, no.
So the big question that you no doubt have for yourself today is, I put on makeup for this?
Right, exactly. And I did my hair, too.
You look very nice today, and I mean that in a totally non-creepy, non-sexually harassing way.
That's kind of you.
I know, but there's no camera to prove it. So we'll have to wait and see if we... Guess what?
I'll sneak in there. I'll sneak in behind Jeff.
Guess what young Jeff Malinoff gets to do?
What does he get to do?
He gets to call the IT department at 507.
Somebody else gets to do it.
Yep. Hopefully he'll have more success.
It's going to be hard to get in touch with them. Fortunately, I sent an email as well, so hopefully they see that.
Anyway, moving right along.
Yeah.
Latest on the Las Vegas bombing. This went just insane on Friday.
Did it not? I mean, really?
Oh, my goodness gracious. And so the Sean Ryan podcast. And so Sean Ryan podcast, a lot of you folks know that he's got a podcast, and it's very, very militarily oriented, So they talk a lot about military stuff. And so he had a guy on named Sam Shoemate, who is an intelligence analyst, and he said that he received an email which was basically Livelsberger's manifesto. Now, in it, he says a lot of things, and he had a number of different manifestos. He had a couple on his phone. He also had this email, Livelsberger, he sent an email to this Sam Shoemate, and in it, he said a number of different things. And what he sent actually sent Sean Ryan into hiding. Sean Ryan and Sam Shoemate, they're talking about this email and what Livelsberger said about what was going on with these drones on the East Coast over New Jersey. This is part of what he had to say. This is a Sam Shoemate.
What we have been seeing with drones, he puts that in quotes, he says drones, is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but throughout history, the U.S. Only we in China have this capability. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up.
So that statement in and of itself just blew up the internet, because basically these gravitic propulsion systems, some people say, well, these are basically UFOs. They are, from what I can tell, drones with, they say, unlimited payload capacity. So you can put whatever you want on these drones. Weight doesn't matter. And you can fly them right over the White House, right over Washington, D.C., and you heard him say that they were launched by a Chinese sub off the East Coast. This is part of what Matt Livelsberger said. And so people are looking at this, and they're thinking that this all now makes sense. Because remember, there was, I think it was a mayor, some lawmaker out of New Jersey, and they talked about how these drones were part of a Chinese sub that was off the Atlantic seaboard. And so that was one possibility. The other possibility was that these drones were our drones looking for a Chinese submarine or Chinese spy boats or Chinese drones or whatever. And so when you hear that on the Sean Ryan podcast from this guy, Sam Shoemate, then it all makes sense. Now, the question is, how did Livelsberger know about all of this? Because there's a lot of folks out there that are within this sort of military community that are saying that he didn't have access to this kind of information. So the question is, who or what do you believe? Because if indeed this is a situation where China is using these gravitic propulsion system drones and they can attack us literally at any time with this payload that is unlimited, meaning they could put a lot of weaponry, I suppose, on these drones. And so this, at least to me, it does seem plausible. Shoemate continues to read from the email that he says he got from Matthew Livelsberger.
The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft. They are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. U.S. government needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it and weaponizing it, how China is employing them and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere in the East Coast.
I mean, that statement right there, people absolutely freaked out, and with good reason. And so now the question is, how much do you believe this? And so this gravitic propulsion system is a technology that uses gravity to move objects without the need for rockets or jet engines. Basically, as far as I can tell, they push against gravity. And so some people say, well, this is basically talking about UFOs. That's what they're saying, that this is basically UFO talk. I don't know. I've never heard of any of this. They say that such systems could dramatically change space travel by reducing travel times, eliminating the need for vast amounts of fuel, potentially allowing for near instantaneous travel across vast distances. Applications could span from space exploration to advanced military technology. And they say that we have this technology and also China has this technology. Now, remember that over the past couple of years, we've all been talking about these crazy drones. Man, they're really fast and they're way up in the air. Then they dive down into the water and they just, like nothing we've ever seen before. And so maybe this is part of that. I don't know. I don't really get all of this stuff. This is high tech. But they can, again, fly really high, incredibly fast. Part of this would be, okay, so here's my question. Does that mean it does carry weapons? Obviously, it sounds like it does if they talk about an unlimited payload. So that means that China could be, if this guy's right, could be on the attack. You just heard him say it's like checkmate. Thank you, checkmate. And so that's going to be a big issue, obviously, if you believe him. Shoemate also said that he talked about these emails, spoke about war crimes in Afghanistan back in 2019. Here's part of what he said.
I have knowledge of this program and also war crimes that were covered up during airstrikes in Nimruz province, Afghanistan in 2019 by the admin, DOD, DEA, and CIA. I conducted targeting for these strikes of over 125 buildings. 65 were struck because of civcas, that's civilian casualties, that killed hundreds of civilians in a single day. U.S. FORA continued strikes after spotting civilians on initial ISR. It was supposed to take 6 minutes and scramble all aircraft in CENTCOM. The UN basically called these war crimes.
Yeah, that part checks out. They talked about this during the Sean Ryan podcast. I'm not a military guy. Basically, though, what he's saying is that the U.S. blew up a bunch of buildings in Afghanistan, killed hundreds of civilians, and then they covered it up. And people are saying, and they spoke about this on the podcast, they do say that this is actually something that did happen. It is documented. So these two were talking about all of this. They say that we can't verify some of this. They certainly can't verify the thing with the gravitic propulsion systems, but they believe that this guy may be onto something, but they didn't want to say that they've been able to verify, some or a lot of this. But they did liken this to UFO type talk. But the discussions about Afghanistan, again, they did check that out with their various sources and reports. And those parts did check out. So just crazy, crazy story on Friday. And this all happened after we got off the air. Again, Sean Ryan, after they were so freaked out by this that Sean Ryan said, I'm basically going to go into hiding for a couple of days. And as far as I can tell, that is exactly what he did. People are still talking about this. By the way, this morning, it was a big discussion, not in the mainstream media. This wasn't a big topic in the mainstream media, but there was a lot of coverage on this. And so just on, the various websites that would talk about these kinds of things, I was following this on Twitter. Really, really fascinating. Okay, running late. It is 5:15, Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN.
There's one accident to tell you about right now. I-40, the westbound lanes past Charlotte Pike. That's exit 201. There's an accident, and it's blocking off the left lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Weather, a high today of 38, low of 26. A cloudy chance of snow and rain. Are we calling it snow or are we calling it flurries? Help me out.
I
What
think
are we
it's
going
like
to do?
snow showers.
Snow showers.
Yeah, so it's not really like a snow.
It's not going to stick on the ground, basically.
So not snow flurries, but snow showers.
Right, but not a
Okay.
full-fledged snowstorm.
No.
Right.
But the roads could still become a train wreck.
Yeah, they
Correct.
could.
I mean, they
could.
could absolutely
They're
become
saying,
a train wreck.
that the accident I just told you about on 40 westbound, a little more information about it. It says one car is sideways and there's another car on the right shoulder. So that's kind of sounds like a spit out.
Okay.
Maybe the roads are getting a little too cold.
Maybe.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on
All
it.
right, here's what I want to do. Do either of you, I don't have the super text line open yet. So if you can safely, I don't know how you do this safely with both hands on the wheel, but let us know how the roads are. Maybe when you get to your destination, let us know how the roads are.
There you go.
Are they getting a little, as I said, and I've said in the past, slickery?
Well, 4702 says it's a little slick in the borough at the moment. I think it's getting slick there.
A little bit of sleet, they said in the borough.
Yeah.
How about that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So be very, very careful.
Yeah, when I went on 65, it was fine, though. 65, for the time being, it was fine because it was in the 40s.
Well, but we got here. What time did you get here?
I got here at 4.
Okay, yeah, I got here a little bit after you, and the roads were fine, but
But it was only like 40 degrees, so it wasn't like freezing yet, but it's going to get down there. Probably in the middle of the day, it'll probably be a little slick.
all right. So 615-737-9986. KGB will keep an eye on the ice and your texts, and you let us know what is going on if you would. Joan's got, of course, the traffic and the news as well. Got a lot here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Joan, I have never seen one name pronounced so many different ways.
And Livelsburger.
Livelsburger.
Yeah.
I've heard people say Livelsburg. I've seen people say Livelsburg, Livelsburger. So that's what we're going with, though. Livelsburger, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. For now, until somebody tells us we're wrong.
Well, this
And
guy.
then we'll tell them to get lost.
Yeah, he was an active U.S. Army soldier, Special Ops Master Sergeant, Green Beret. Police say that he did kill himself before that explosion in the Tesla truck. People are trying to figure out, and I don't know anything about explosives. People are trying to figure out, okay, well, how did he do that?
Right.
Now, here's my question, though. I mean, you have timers and you have fuses, right? I mean, could he not have lit the fuse or set the timer and, killed himself like right before the explosion?
And one of the things that Sean Ryan was talking about is the fact that he used a very high-powered
Yes, he did.
weapon to kill himself, as if he wanted to make sure that he was gone. There was no, there was not going to be any question about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's a little freaky. So tell me that you didn't catch this too. They were talking about how he was burned beyond recognition.
Yes.
But they were able to get his DNA.
Yes.
They were also talking about his tattoos. So how did they see tattoos if he was burned beyond recognition?
I don't know. That's number one. Number two is, okay, so he was burned beyond recognition. That firearm was seriously burned.
Yeah.
Yet somehow his passport was okay enough to
Yes.
show. Do you know what I
Yes.
mean? There's
Also-
some weird stuff going on. I'm just going to say there's some weird stuff going on.
And one other thing. How long? I've heard it take so long to get DNA testing done, but they were able to come up with it within 24 hours. Come on.
Yeah, also a good point. And it also seems like they're trying to blame, they being the military and media and so forth, they are seemingly trying to blame his personal problems.
Yes.
Like, for example, the fact that, and I don't know if any of this has actually been confirmed, but they said he was having marital problems. They said that his baby found out wasn't his. There's all kinds of stories that are out there.
It just feels like they're trying too hard
Yeah, could be.
to dispel any, myths about the things that we might believe.
Yeah, it is interesting, and here's the thing. And there's all kind. A little bit later on, I'm going to go through some of the what do they call it? Rabbit holes or wormholes, whatever they say.
Yeah.
Where they're talking about how this could be I'm going to air quote this, a reverse psyop.
Mm-hmm.
Where they're going through. Well, I can't do it here. 522. Maybe we'll see. You got me going down the rabbit hole wormhole thing, Joan.
Well,
Maybe we'll talk about this at 535. What exactly is this reverse psyop that the socials are talking about?
Can I just say it was really easy to do that?
Well, it's because I find this really fascinating.
Yeah.
Like I do. I find it really interesting. All right. It is 522 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Well, a good soaking of rain overnight, but now we're getting cold temps, and we'll get you updated on what to expect today. Also, this is January 6th, and Kamala Harris promises to do her sworn duty today and certify that Donald Trump won the election. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
.527, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. By the way, talking just a little bit more about Matthew Livelsberger, and he had a number of different manifestos. And part of what he said, he had a lot of things to say about society as a whole. So I'm going to go through some of this. Who was this guy? Again, active U.S. military soldier. He was special ops. He was a master sergeant, Green Beret. Police say he killed himself before the explosion. The local police in Las Vegas said in a press release on Friday that 2 phones were also discovered inside the cyber truck. Oh, by the way, Elon Musk is said to be trying to get whatever video they may have from inside the Tesla truck. So, I have the same question you have right now, which is video. What video inside the Tesla trucks? From what I understand, there's always some video rolling. I don't know if that's true or not. Again, a lot of this stuff is fodder for the socials and people on social media and so on. So we'll have to wait and see. But police do say that he killed himself before the explosion. In one of the letters, authorities said that Livelsberger wrote, "This was not a terrorist attack. It was a wake-up call." He added that the U.S. was terminally ill and headed towards collapse, and that he had acted in order to cleanse his mind of the brothers I've lost and to relieve himself of the burden of the lives that I took. He says there may be a lot more information that we recover that explains either more or shows a change in mindset at different times, says local Las Vegas Metro Police Department Assistant Sheriff Dory Coran said at a press conference on Friday. So apparently Livelsberger had, again, a couple of different manifestos. Remember, there is also the storyline that he was upset about his relationship going south. His wife was apparently, they said, having an affair, found out his baby wasn't his. I mean, all kinds of stuff. But he never said, and this is part of that rabbit hole, with all of this correspondence and all of these, I think there's like 3 or 4 different manifestos, he never said that he was going to commit suicide. He was actually trying to be a whistleblower. He also said that the authorities were following him, and he also mentioned that he was trying to get to Mexico. So there's a lot of questions about what really happened to this guy, and we'll talk a little bit more about this and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 5:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. After a good soaking of rain last night, you could see some pockets of drizzle this morning, and then comes the real cold, according to Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro.
The temperature will be falling to near and below freezing for the rest of our day today. Once we get to about 8 o'clock this morning, we're not going to see that much temperature movement the rest of our day. A lot of cloud cover. We may try to get a little clearing. A gusty wind will at least help dry out the roads before a very cold night tonight.
And we may even see some snow flurries today. Stefano says if conditions are right, it could lead to a quick coating of snow, especially in higher elevations. Keep it here. We'll keep you updated all day long. Well, just a little north of us and east of us, these conditions are much more wintry. Tennessee Highway Patrol reported multiple crashes on I-75 in Campbell County yesterday. That's because the precipitation there was more of a mix of sleet, freezing rain, and snow. And just a reminder that you should keep it here on 99.7 WTN, and we'll keep you updated on these changing weather conditions today. Well, this is January 6th. It is, of course, the day that Donald Trump's victory will be certified by Congress. ABC political director Rick Klein tells us there were changes instituted after the last presidential election.
The Electoral Count Reform Act was passed by Congress to kind of make it harder for individual members of Congress to challenge the results and to make clear that the role of the vice president is purely ministerial, that there's no judgment involved. That means that Vice President Harris herself is the one that has to certify the election results for her rival, for former president and now president-elect Donald Trump.
Now, in a videotaped statement, Harris promised there would be no shenanigans today, saying she will perform what she calls a sacred obligation. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Still working on that accident this morning, 40 westbound, just past Charlotte Pike. That's exit 201, and that one was reported by police. But, you know, we're seeing some texters this morning saying that it's snowing in Dixon. It's snowing in, Lebanon towards 109, but it's running at the speed limit through the borough. So different conditions in different areas this morning. Take your time as you're headed out the door. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm so cold that I can use my nose drippings as a pair of chopsticks.
It's just so gross.
It is gross, isn't it, Joan?
And you revel in that.
Well, it just gives me the opportunity to play the stupid sound effects I played on Friday.
It's also a
chattering
cartoon.
teeth, yeah.
It's also a cartoon. So
It's
not-
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob. It's a.
SpongeBob is iconic.
Yes, it is. You want to hear? I have VHS footage of like the first episodes.
Do you really?
I have VHSs of SpongeBob as a kid.
VHSs?
I had
Is that what you-
VHS tapes. Yeah.
That's multiples.
Yeah.
I got it. Oh, whatever. Anyway, so...
That and Power Rangers.
Not surprised. Power Rangers.
That's a 90s show. That was a good show.
It is. It is. It's a little way after my time of appreciating
True.
the Flintstones. Anyway, so...
When they did cigarette commercials.
The Flintstones did cigarette commercials?
Yes. You
Did
don't
they
know
really?
that?
Joan,
Yeah.
is that true?
I've never seen that.
I can play it for you. I'll find it. Hold on.
Well, very quickly. So I've been summarily attacked on the super text line, Joan.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Why?
5019 says, your Monday morning lead story is a National Enquirer level story.
No.
I don't think the Livelsberger, Sean Ryan, Sam Shoemate story is National Enquirer by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
And so my thing is, and listen, 5019, I appreciate you listening. I really do. But okay, would you like me to go to like abcnews.com and just read from their website every morning? And that could be my show? No. I'm here to tell you that to me, there's a lot of really good journalism happening on these various podcasts, whether it is Joe Rogan, whether it is the Sean Ryan podcast. And frankly, it's what a lot of people are talking about. I guarantee you there are more people talking about what was on the Sean Ryan podcast than Mike Johnson on Maria Bartiromo's show over the weekend. I've got that audio, too. I could play that as well. I mean, I've got all kinds of stuff out there today. But I think it's a legit story.
So you're not getting these stories in the mainstream press. You're not getting it from ABC News.
No.
CBS does not care. They don't want you to know.
Mm-hmm.
Are you telling me that Joy Reid's articles are not factually accurate?
And they're of little interest, by
Joy
the way.
Reid is not factually accurate, period.
No, she's not. All right, so real quick, the reverse PSYOP. So people are looking at this, and they're saying there's so many things that don't add up. We were talking about it off the air, where they say that they confirmed his tattoos, right? So that's number one. Number two, his body was charred beyond recognition. Well, then how do you confirm tattoos if his body was charred beyond recognition? I mean, obviously I haven't seen the body, so I don't know how that works. But, I do find it interesting, though, that, and I've seen the explosion, that of all things, his passport was perfectly recognizable. Nobody else finds that weird. I mean, is it just me?
Yep.
Yep, it's just me, or yep, others find it weird?
No, I think others find it weird.
Yep. He also, again, in all of his manifestos, never said that he was going to commit suicide. It did seem to me like he was trying to be a whistleblower. And so some people are saying that this is a reverse PSYOP. Other people say maybe it's a false flag, whatever. But all of this talk of China getting ready to attack us, some are saying that this is actually, now follow me here, because I want to know what people think about this, that this reverse PSYOP is actually the military-industrial complex trying to get us involved in World War III. Deep state kind of stuff. And that Livelsberger was just a patsy. They set him up as this supposed whistleblower when in reality, they just wanted this information to get out so that they could sort of back us up into World War III by talking about how China has these gravitic propulsion system weapons. That's what they're saying. Now, again, whatever. I have no idea. I don't sort of live in this sort of Alex Jones area. But there's just a lot of things that don't make sense. And so for me, I just find the whole thing fascinating, which is why I opened up with it. I don't know if I'd do this same segment at like 7:35, but I do find this really interesting. Joan?
I do too.
Okay.
I sent it to you on Friday. Like
You did.
I was so breathless about this. I couldn't even believe what I was watching.
I'm like, Joan's gone off the deep end.
I know you thought I was like crazy at first.
Joan is telling me the truth is out there.
Yeah. Chris would have appreciated it right away because he goes down rabbit holes too.
Oh, well, listen, I'm getting to appreciate Chris Hand more and more every day.
Yeah.
It's like, let's see what Chris thinks about this. So anyway.
It gives a little bit of perspective on what's happening with those drones. So,
That's
because
exactly
that sort
right.
of just fell off the radar, right?
Yeah, it did. Joan, they did. They literally fell off the radar. You and I were talking about that earlier.
Yeah. It just went away. The story just went away. How does it just go away?
Well,
Are they still happening?
And here's the other thing. Number one, who do you believe? Do you believe the mainstream media? No. I think we have like thousands and thousands of listeners. By and large, except for maybe 5019, nobody believes the mainstream media on anything. I'm just kidding, 5019, I love you. So that's number one. Number two, do you believe the FBI? No. They have screwed this up since, from New Orleans to now we don't really know what's going on with the Las Vegas investigation. Just from what we've told you. But certainly the authorities in Las Vegas, from the local authorities in New Orleans to the investigation in New Orleans, that thing has been a train wreck since, the thing happened and before the thing happened. So by and large, we don't believe the FBI. We don't believe the federal government. We don't believe, the people that told us that, the border was secure and Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. We don't believe those people. And for good reason, because we don't trust them, because they haven't given us any reason to trust. And so then you start looking at podcasts and the rest of it, and you look for some truth there. But now the question is, okay, so now are they, being the deep state, are they going through the podcast world and trying to, set up people like Sam Shoemate and Sean Ryan and trying to have their narrative go through those avenues, because that's where the American people are now going to for truth, because you can't trust the mainstreams. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know what's real and what's not. But I do find it fascinating. Is that Tesla truck self-driving? Yeah, I think it was self-driving. Yeah, that's one of the other questions, Joan.
Yeah.
Was this dude, Livelsberger, was he already dead?
Right.
That's part of the rabbit hole. Was he already dead? So they drove it up to the Trump Tower in Las Vegas, and they exploded it. And they're again trying to make him look like a patsy as they try to do whatever it is that they want to do. Back us into World War III. I have no idea.
You know that app that everybody's talking about, Turo?
Mm-hmm.
You and I have never heard of it, but I think it may be cultural or maybe age related, because I was talking to my son yesterday, and his wife, maybe a year ago, his birthday gift, I think it was, is that she rented a really cool car. I think it was a Jaguar that he had wanted to drive. So she rented the car for 24 hours on the Turo app.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, it's used by people.
Yeah.
Maybe you and I have never heard of it, but,
right.
It is.
They also, by the way, there was video of him in, they said in Las Vegas, fueling up or doing whatever you did, charging the Tesla. And then it turns out the internet sleuths were like, that's I think they said Kingman, Arizona, and not Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So there is just a lot of information that is out there. And I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong. But I'll say this for people who are saying that this is a National Enquirer type story. I've received more feedback on the super text line on this story than pretty much any other story that I've done in the 5 o'clock hour. For a long time. So anyway, and people are also talking about the roads. and how it is snowing in some areas. They say it's snowing out in Colombia.
Yeah.
I saw Greenbrier as well.
Greenbrier?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the snow is here. And, that means it's going to be wet and it's going to be cold. By the way, people are confirming that the Flintstones did indeed sell. Do you have it?
I have the audio. Are we allowed to play? Because it's promoting cigarettes.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's part of pop culture.
Okay. I have it. Hold on.
So, yeah, I want to hear, so here's what I think. I think that Barney, Barney, you would think if you look back on his promotion of cigarettes, you would say, well, if Barney smoked, it clearly stunted his growth.
Well, this is from 1961 for the record, so let's take a listen.
All right.
They're doing chores.
Sure work hard, don't they, Barney? Yeah? I hate to see them work so hard. Yeah, me too. Let's go around back where we can't see them. Gee, we ought to do something, Fred. Okay. How's about taking a nap? I got a better idea. Let's take a Winston break. That's it. Winston is the one filter cigarette that delivers flavor 20 times a pack. Winston's got that filter blend. Yeah, Fred.
What does that sound?
Someone's doing lawn mowing. The wife is lawn mowing.
Only Winston has it.
As they're smoking a cigarette.
Where it counts. Here, ahead of the pure white filter. Winston packs rich tobaccos specially selected and specially processed for good flavor in filter smoking. Yeah, Barney, Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should.
So
the wife is mowing the lawn.
So the wives are doing chores around the house, and they say, let's go out back and take a nap. No, let's smoke this amazing cigarette with these filters that 20 times a flavor.
Fred and what was Fred's wife's name? Fred's wife's
Oh, God.
name?
Why am I blanking
How do
on
I not know this? It's Wilma.
Wilma,
yeah. So Wilma and Barney and Barney's wife, I forget her
Betty?
name.
Betty,
yeah.
Betty.
So they're doing chores. That's the noise you're hearing.
Yeah.
And
so
then
Wilma is mowing the lawn.
Yes, and it's like an alligator chomping at the grass. That's why it makes that noise. And so, so they're doing that. And then they're talking about, like, the filters and the tastes.
Yeah.
And all these, it's of course, this is in the 60s. And I think the 70s is when they said maybe we shouldn't be promoting this.
Well, the crazy thing is, they were promoting this to kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a cartoon.
I mean, they're using cartoons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
It's exactly right.
But who watches the cartoons with the kids? Mom and dad.
That's true.
Yeah.
There's there's hours long compilations on YouTube about like all these cigarette commercials back in the day, and they're all crazy. Like they taste, a better taste, a better filter for a more smooth smoke. Like this crazy stuff they talk about.
I watch, like on Saturday night when nobody's awake, I do really weird things like watch old New Year's Eve broadcasts with Dick Clark or old baseball games from like the 1950s and 60s.
Oh, those are great.
Yeah, I see Malinoff.
Well, I love the commentary. The commentary is where I get lost in because it's just such an old school voice to it that I like.
So my broadcasting hero is Vin Scully.
Oh, he's the best.
And I saw one where he and Mel Allen and they're doing cigarette commercials.
Vin Scully did a cigarette commercial?
Yes.
That doesn't surprise. He's been around forever.
That's exactly.
Well, rest in peace.
Yeah.
Wait, what was his cancer? It was brain cancer, right?
Vin Scully?
Did he?
No,
wait,
I think he was
am I
just
the
old
wrong?
age.
Yeah.
He was like
He was in his 80s, 90s when he
I got
died.
the wrong Vin then.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Vin. Yeah, I don't know what Vin you're talking about. But anyway, so that's all right.
So I hate to say this to you, Dan, but Henry on the YouTube chat says, how much did Dan smoke? Dan's not much taller than Barney.
Oh.
This is so mean.
You know what? For the record, I never smoked. That's one thing I've never done.
I haven't done me either.
I've never smoked.
My parents did.
I've never smoked a tobacco cigarette.
I didn't even smoke weed before, believe it or not.
You've never ever?
I'm pretty I was actually straight edge growing up.
Listen, it's hip to be square.
It is hip to be
The
square.
great philosopher Huey Lewis once said that.
Yeah.
It is 5:52 on Nashville's Morning News. All right, coming up right before the news. Actually, Joan and KGB, I need you to think about and remember, especially you, Joan, because you're older like I am. We need to remember our birthdays. We're going to talk about how popular our birthdays are.
Oh.
And one of us, I happen to know, was born on the least popular birthday of the year.
Wow.
Details straight ahead on WTN.
There's a state of emergency in Kentucky today, but we're just seeing some rain and now some spots of snow. We've got an update on what to expect weather-wise today. Also, the volunteer state ranks number 5 on a new trending list. Those stories at 7 o'clock. Make that at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Listen, it's always good, Joan, to be prepared.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you're already, prepped for 7 o'clock, then you're a better broadcaster than I. All right, 5:56 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I thought this was interesting. So they came out with a big spreadsheet as far as the most popular and least popular birthdays. Do you know what the least popular birthday is? The day where the fewest amount of people were born? December 26th, which is my birthday.
I have it. When you sent me that link, I have it up now, and I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Yep. All right, look up when's your birthday?
Mine is
KGB?
June 15th.
All right, so June 15th.
I'm going to click on it. Oh, that's July. Whoops, I'm an idiot. June 15th is the 105th most popular birthday. 105th.
105th. All right, so you're kind of in the middle there. And Joan Jones, when is your birthday?
Close to KGB's. I'm June 26th.
June 26th.
Hey,
all right.
Geminis.
Yeah. No, I'm a Cancer, but I don't follow that crap.
Only reason I know is because you date girls my age nowadays, all they care about is that crap.
That's just.
Are you serious?
I'm not.
What's your sign?
Yeah, I got asked my
70s
sign
they
on
want
more
their
than one occasion on
pickup
dates.
line back. Joan, you ever have a man walk up to you and say, "Hey, what's your sign"?
No.
No.
I hate to say it, and it's not a sexist thing. It's just true. It's a woman thing. Women care more about that than guys.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever have a woman? Oh, what is it? Love language. When I was dating, I had no less after my divorce. Before I met Amy, I had no less than 3 women ask me what my love language was.
Gosh.
Really?
Yeah.
Food is my love language.
No.
It's
You're like
touch, words of affirmation,
serving,
gifts, acts of service, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I thought it was dumb too, but I went along with it because I was a single guy trying to get girlfriends. And I
It's a nice way to say it. Go on.
moving right along.
Yeah.
And I was an acts of service guy.
Really?
And the funny thing is, that is absolutely true with me. Like, I am an acts of service kind of guy. Like, I always, one of the things I always say to Amy is there anything that I can get you? And more often than not, it is a Diet Mountain Dew. It used to be a cup of coffee. And more often than not, it's less of you. Is what she would say to me.
I'm so sorry.
You know what? That's okay, because I aim to please, and that's when I go down into the basement. And I just,
yes, ma'am.
And I just start watching TV. Anyway, so what we did is, I don't know about you, KGB. I went ahead and I put this on my X feed, tweeted this out, if you will. So if you want to check out your own birthday, the most popular birthday, by the way, if I remember, the most popular birthday was September 27th.
That's crazy. Seems so random.
No, because if
like
you think about it,
February?
well, that means people are getting.
Oh, yeah.
It gets cold.
Yeah.
It gets cold.
Like the winter time. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Everybody acts like there's no heat in houses. Come on.
Okay, ma'am, that has heat in her place. That's a little different for some of us.
Okay.
Some
Listen.
of us peasants.
Listen, last thing you want to do, in light of realizing that people are making their babies when it's cold,
Right.
last thing you want to do is get your mate an electric blanket.
That's true.
You don't want to be replaced by an electric blanket, is all I'm saying.
And you don't want to get the zap either.
No, you don't want to get the zap. All right. 6 o'clock, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Six o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The roads are a little wet this morning, and some folks are reporting that there's a little bit of snow, too. And hey, guess what? The thermometer is taking a bit of a dive as well.
Below that freezing mark, we could see some refreezing on some of those wet roadways. There's also a few scattered snow showers coming our way later this morning. A lot of the mid-state won't really get accumulation out of this, but those that do, a coating to maybe up to a half an inch in the highest elevations could also cause a few slick spots this morning.
Yeah, Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro there. He says to just keep it right here because we follow him and we'll keep you updated on any potential changes to our forecast today. The electoral win by President-elect Donald Trump will be certified in Congress today. It is January 6th. And political watchers say what happens after the inauguration could be pretty interesting. ABC political director Rick Klein said that those deficit hawks that held out on Friday against Speaker Mike Johnson could cause trouble for the Trump agenda.
Tax cuts, they're going to affect the bottom line. Obviously, increased border security. If you talk about deportation forces, that's billions and billions of dollars that Congress would have to allocate. So that stuff starts to add up. And it's possible that these deficit hawks who said they were skeptical of Speaker Johnson getting another chance with the gavel, they might say, this is too much to swallow. And they may demand that they pare things down.
In other news, after the New Year's terror attack in New Orleans, there is an effort underway now to review security in downtown Nashville. Channel 4's Brendan Tierney.
Metro police say every event like CMA Fest, the 4th of July or New Year's Eve just a couple of days ago, all have their own safety plans. Multiple local and state agencies all work together to evaluate risks and add more protections where they are needed. Metro police were monitoring threats for a couple of weeks leading up to the Music Note drop, but Tracy, they say they didn't find anything that needed a response.
Projects over the past decade have widened sidewalks and installed bollards that can stop 15,000-pound trucks at speed. Metro Police also closes down roads at night on weekends. Well, this may not surprise you at all. U-Haul has declared Tennessee a top growth state for 2024. The volunteer state had the 5th highest growth index for the 5th year in a row, saying its customers coming into the state accounted for over half of all one-way traffic last year. Pretty popular, this Tennessee. The areas with the most notable growth, Brentwood, Clarksville, Cookeville, Franklin, and Hendersonville. Murfreesboro and Nashville are on that list, too.
Did you see who was last?
Yeah. What? No. Who?
California.
California, of course. Everybody's leaving California.
Did you see what state, I believe, what state had the most exodus? It was the usuals. California.
New York,
Illinois.
of course.
There you go.
And they're all, notably, they're all blue states.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay. 39,000 John Deere lawnmowers are being recalled in the U.S. because their Kawasaki motors are an apparent fire hazard. The recall affects Z-Track zero-turn mowers sold between October 2018 and September 2024. Owners are advised to stop using the mowers immediately. You're probably not using them right now anyway. And contact a John Deere dealership for free repairs. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, we have some problems on the roads now, and it appears that maybe the weather has something to do with this. In Jolton, it's a crash on 24 eastbound lanes at Whites Creek Pike, exit 35. Then another one on 40 westbound. This is the one we've told you about. It's in Hillwood on 40 westbound, just past Charlotte Pike. That's exit 201. That crash there is blocking off the right shoulder. And police are now saying that there is rain and snow falling on the roadways, and that scattered precipitation may be causing some delays and could be causing some problems before 7 o'clock this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, by the way, 4702 wants me to remind you, and it's a very good point, that in addition to some slick roadways across Middle Tennessee, kids are back in school today as well. So there is that too. So it's going to be a very busy morning out on the roadways. And
some of the schools, by the way, have already called it a day.
Have they really?
Yeah.
Man, I walked to school uphill both ways
with a potato in your hand for warmth.
With a potato in my hand for warmth, and it was like 15 inches of snow on the ground.
Yeah.
So cue the usual conversation about how kids are coddled today. I'm not going to go down that road, but it is snowing in some parts of Middle Tennessee. So what we're asking you to do is wherever you are, let us know if it is snowing. 7686 says it is snowing in Murfreesboro, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's new because somebody else said it was still nice in Murfreesboro just a little while ago.
Well, we'll have to see what
this is exciting.
It's really not. It's snow, Joan.
No, it's snow, and that's what makes it exciting. We don't get that around here, right?
We get
a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know, whatever. I mean, listen, here's the deal. Just be safe, folks.
Yeah.
That's all we want you to do is be safe and let us know how the road conditions are around you. Now, there is a lot going on. And by the way, Super Text line is open. Very active this morning. Thank you. 615-737-9986. Everyone is hyper-focused. Trump is going to be confirmed today, of course. But everybody is really hyper-focused on what's going to happen on January 20th, as am I. This is going to be the day that Donald Trump's sworn in. So you've got to get a bunch of stuff done literally on day one. Donald Trump said within the first 9 minutes, one of the things that he wants to do is release the J6ers. I would love if the president did that. I want that to be perfectly honest, I want that to be number one. I want that to be executive order number one. Moving on from there, there's a big debate going on, and Joan actually had a little story on this about what is going to happen within Congress. As you know, by now, Mike Johnson is Speaker of the House. He was confirmed after we got off the air on Friday. So now they're working on this big reconciliation bill. Now, there's a debate going on within the Republican circles, one reconciliation bill, or should there be two bills? Two smaller ones versus one massive one. Well, Mike Johnson, newly confirmed Speaker of the House, he is bucking those that want two smaller bills in favor of one massive bill. That is what Donald Trump wants. Johnson was on with Maria Bartiromo.
I respect Lindsey Graham and all my friends who kind of preferred a two-step strategy. The idea would be get something done on the border and maybe defense spending right out of the blocks very quickly in what we would call a skinny reconciliation bill, and then do the rest of it in a larger chunk later. But I think at the end of the day, President Trump is going to prefer, as he likes to say, one big, beautiful bill. And there's a lot of merit to that because we can put it all together, one big up or down vote, which can save the country, quite literally, because there are so many elements to it, and it'll give us a little bit more time to negotiate that and get it right.
So he wants one big, massive spending bill. And I'm just going to tell you that if Joe Biden or Barack Obama and the Democrats in the House of Representatives, if they had the majority, if they tried this, Republicans would lose their ever-loving minds. And so my deal with you is I will always be honest with you. And I'm just going to tell you, I'm a little frustrated with this because the question is, how exactly are they going to be able to cut spending? Now, they're saying that they are going to eventually do that, and I'm going to have to take them at their word. But part of the conversation here has to be, you've got the Freedom Caucus. You've got a lot of Republicans who are fiscally conservative. They're spending hawks, right? And so they are in the House of Representatives. I will tell you that they held their nose and they supported Mike Johnson because of just this kind of thing. But Donald Trump himself, he wants the one massive spending bill. Now, he's got some things that he can do by executive order on the 20th, but he also has to get some things done working with the Republicans in the House of Representatives. Remember, they've got a 5-seat majority. So this massive bill will have immigration, border enforcement, tax reforms, energy policy, and other items as well. But in the House, they do only have that 5-seat majority. Democrats, I think it's safe to say that they're not going to vote for this. So it's going to be Donald Trump and Speaker Mike Johnson versus the conservative Republicans, House Freedom Caucus types, and so forth. And that's going to, in my opinion, be where they hit the snags.
I think that there's some things that are so common sense that we've got to fix on the border. We might even be able to get some Democrat votes on some of that legislation, but we'll pass it out of the House and send it over to the Senate and get it ready for when President Trump takes office on January 20th. We have a lot to do and a short amount of time to do it in.
Right. I wouldn't count on the Democrats, to be perfectly candid. But the other thing is Republicans were always screaming about being able to maneuver around these bills so that they can keep some items, amend others, delete some as well. And they're not going to be able to do this. They're not going to be able to pass this bill without massive amounts of infighting, I believe. So here's an example. Donald Trump wants to start the deportation process, no tax on tips. I want you to think about all of the various promises that Donald Trump made, right? No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, extend his tax cuts, cut the corporate tax rate, all of this spending. How do you pay for it? Will there be spending cuts as well? See, that's where the negotiations come in. And then there's the issue of raising the debt ceiling. Remember, Donald Trump wanted the Democrats to do it. They refused. That was a big cluster. So now Trump and the Republicans have to do it. When will that happen? When will they realize that they do need to raise that debt ceiling?
I think we're going to have to do it in that bill. And the reason for that, Maria, is that we won't have to negotiate with Chuck Schumer and the Democrats on that. If you do it in reconciliation, you can do it just with the Republican Party. So we'll have very thoughtful discussion and debate about where that limit should go. But here's the important thing everybody needs to remember. We're the team that wants to cut spending, and we will. And we will do it dramatically. All the wasteful spending in government. You know, DOGE will be doing its effort in coordination with all this. But you have to raise the debt limit on paper so that we don't frighten the bond markets and the world's economy. You know how that works. It's about the stability of our economy. But we don't intend to spend to that limit, as President Trump will clarify all the time. We're going to raise the ceiling, but we are going to be cutting all along the way.
So this is one of those moments where, okay, going to take your word for it, but you've got all of these fiscal conservatives. You've got all of these folks that are hawks on spending, budget hawks, I think they call them. And they're not going to like all of this spending without budget cuts as well. And so this is going to be a big fight. And the Democrats, I'm just here to tell you, they're not going to help at all. And so the Republicans are going to have to own this, whether it is raising the debt ceiling but then turning around and making as many cuts as they can, or if they don't make the cuts and they just raise the spending through tax cuts and other things, well, then they've got to be able to sell that to the American people as well. But he does want this voted on by April. So Trump is coming in and he's making certain demands. As Maria Bartiromo pointed out, by the way, you do have a ton of issues here. You have so many different elements that, again, we just pointed out. You've got border and taxes and raising the debt ceiling. And the question is, will they have enough cuts for those fiscal conservatives that I believe there's going to have to be a lot of negotiation. Now, coming up, Hakeem Jeffries. Did you hear his speech on Friday in the House of Representatives when he was talking about, he spoke right before Mike Johnson, and honestly, the things that he said, more gaslighting from the Democrats. I'm going to play just a few audio bites from the minority leader in the House of Representatives, Hakeem Jeffries, just to show you, by example, that nothing has really changed with the Democrats, and they really haven't learned that the American people are onto them regarding all of the gaslighting and all the lies that they have been telling for the last 4 years. 6:16, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 6:17 on Nashville's Morning News.
I love that.
There's some snow out there.
Yeah.
Murfreesboro, 7742 says it just started snowing in Mount Juliet.
Spitting snow flurries in Laverne. That's from 2133.
Snow is falling in Nashville.
Oh.
Okay. So when I go to my commercial break, I'm going to scurry out to the Smokers Lounge outside. Think anybody's actually smoking out there?
With Fred Flintstone and
the
Barney.
Smokers Lounge. Yeah, see if we see Fred and Barney out there smoking. Yeah. It's got to be miserable. You know what? If you're a smoker in this building, do you really go outside and smoke?
They have to.
Well,
I know they have to.
Oh, I'm saying, do you think they have like a secret place where they do it?
Yeah, but there's signs all around the building that say even if you're a smoker, you can't smoke around the building outside.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you haven't seen those?
Yeah.
Here's what I've seen. I've seen a bunch of people smoking next to the building.
I have seen cigarette butts outside.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of butts, Hakeem Jeffries, House.
What a segue.
Beautiful transition.
I'm going to give you a hand for that.
Radio Gold.
House Minority Leader had, I got to tell you, the biggest BS-laden speech ever on Friday. Mike Johnson, of course, was confirmed. And so Hakeem Jeffries comes up, and as the Minority Leader, he decided to have his say as well.
It's time for us to come together. Not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, to get things done for the people.
So first of all, clearly, I believe that he's an Obama wannabe. But here's the deal. Is this why there's so many Democrats as he's, saying, oh, yeah, we're going to be bipartisan. We're going to get things done for the American people. I guarantee you that they're not going to do anything to try to help the Republicans. And so the gaslighting will continue. We have Democrats that are refusing to attend Donald Trump's swearing in. They're pledging to block Donald Trump at every turn, every move he wants to make. So, by the way, not only in the House of Representatives, but also in blue states across the country.
Housing costs are too high.
I love this.
Grocery costs are too high. Child care costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high.
Nuh-uh.
Utility costs are too high. America is too expensive.
No kidding. It's kind of weird how he admits all of this during the campaign. All of this wasn't actually happening. They were awfully quiet about how expensive things were with Biden's inflation, or they just blamed Donald Trump, even though the numbers were very clear that inflation began after Joe Biden came into office and after Joe Biden started all of that insane spending. And so I do find it interesting now that Trump is coming into office. Now, finally, the Democrats are saying and agreeing, oh, yeah, stuff is kind of expensive. I got a few more audio bites, including the absolute best Hakeem Jeffries audio bite. It is coming up right before the news with Joan Jones at 6:30 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, what is coming up in the news?
Sorry, Dan, I wasn't ready. So we've got the latest information on our changing weather situation. And yeah, it does look like it's changing at the moment. Also, we'll tell you about a world leader who may be about to step down. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. I know you're checking out all the snow cams across the city.
It's
That's
pretty
what you're
cool.
doing.
Yeah, actually, people are taking pictures and posting them on the text line.
Oh, great.
Which is nice, but please be safe. Like, don't take them while you're driving.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Please be safe, but we would love to see the photos. I'm going to check them out myself, and I'm going to head out to the Smokers Lounge and see if there's snow in the parking lot as well. You know, Dan Mandis here. I always recommend Mark Spain in Nashville because I trust that they're going to sell your home hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. Now, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years now, and they've served over 58,000 families. And with all those clients, Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews. That is huge. 12,500 five-star reviews. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, you can trust them to sell your home fast and for maximum profit and the least amount of hassle. That is the guaranteed offer. You know, the Wall Street Journal and Real Trends both have consistently named Mark Spain Real Estate as a top real estate team in America 8 years in a row now, including being ranked #1 in the nation for closed transactions 5 years in a row. There's a reason they've got so much success. It is that guaranteed offer, a quick sale, and maximum profit. Be sure and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, online anytime. MarkSpain.com and start packing. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. .627, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, Joan, KGB, I just came from the Smokers Lounge. We do have snow.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
Nice.
Somebody's got to put some snow gear on the naked statues because, you know, what happens when it gets really cold. Hey, moving on. So, Hakeem Jeffries was speaking right before Mike Johnson. This was on Friday. And typically I wouldn't play audio from this guy because I think he's clearly just a He's a garage band Obama, if you will. And he's talking about all of the things that are wrong with America. Need some audio here, Jeff. And one of the things that he acknowledged is that immigration is a mess.
We will work with anyone to secure our borders. Wow. And we will work with anyone to fix our broken immigration system.
How about working with Joe Biden on fixing our borders and securing our borders? I heard that. I start screaming like an old man at the TV.
In a comprehensive and bipartisan manner.
Right. So here's the deal. He knows darn right well that they won't work with the Republicans on the borders. They just won't, because the Republicans, they are going to want to start building the wall again, and they're going to want to deport folks. And they don't want to do that. So basically what Hakeem Jeffries is doing is he is saying, hey, everybody, because he knows everybody's watching, right? Hey, everybody, look at the Democrats. Look at us. We can be bipartisan. We're promising to be bipartisan. But then once the sausage is being made in the House of Representatives, you know that they're not going to help Donald Trump or the Republicans at all. And basically, to the Democrats, bipartisan means our way or we'll fight you to the death.
So as Democrats, our promise to the American people is that we will fight hard to make sure that no one in this town takes away Social Security or Medicare from the American people. Not now, not ever, no means never.
Right. So this is where they accuse Republicans of something they've never actually said that they wanted to do. Trump has said constantly, that he will not reduce benefits for either Medicare or Social Security. He's actually wanting to increase benefits by covering in-home senior care. That's what Donald Trump wants to do. So this is where the Democrats can sit around and they can say, hey, look, we prevented the Republicans from gutting Social Security and Medicare, when the reality is that the Republicans have never said that they want to gut either one of those programs. So if you thought the gaslighting was going to stop, if you thought that the Democrats had, learned their lesson about lying to the American people, clearly, if Hakeem Jeffries and his speech on Friday is any example, they have not learned their lesson. It is 6:30 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning, 6:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. Yeah, some of us are seeing snow flurries, maybe even snow showers today, but we're nothing like in Kentucky, where a state of emergency has been declared and thousands of people are without power because of a snowstorm. But we may have some other problems after last night's rainfall and this morning's bit of snow.
One of the big things to focus on this morning is the falling temperatures that we're going to see over the next couple of hours as those roadways do remain wet. Remember, overpasses and bridges tend to follow the air temperature very closely. So if we get near that freezing mark, those are the areas we could see some refreezing as we head through the morning.
That's Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro. We'll keep you updated all morning long on any changes. Franklin police say they need help finding a man who was convicted for hitting a police officer with his car, but then that man failed to show up to prison. 28-year-old Roy Nicholson was supposed to turn himself in on Thursday to begin a 5-year prison term. A warrant has been issued for his arrest, and police say if you know his whereabouts, contact Franklin Police. Well, we're seeing reports this morning that Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is expected to resign as early as today. This was first reported by the Globe and Mail last night. Trudeau has a disapproval rate of 68% as that country continues to suffer from a housing crisis, a declining per capita GDP, and high inflation. We'll keep an eye on these developments all throughout the day and bring them to you when we know more. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here with a question for you, my friends. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies, they refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company is going to depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. If you have an older roof, they're going to pay you less money, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. Get your royal review at kinginsurance.com.
So, yeah, we do have a little bit of snow falling and some overnight showers, some rain showers, also keeping the roads wet. And the temps are falling, so that may be causing some problems. Got a crash in Jolton. It's on 24, the eastbound side, just past Whites Creek, Pike, exit 35. Keep your eye out for those slick spots this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.635 Nashville's Morning News coming up in 60 seconds. Did you hear Biden got a little salty over the weekend when he was asked about being the oldest president? Great audio coming up next here on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for the Glock store. Now, this is my gun store and where I train. And yes, one of my big goals in 2025 is to get to the Glock store more often. You know, they've got private shooting rooms and personal instructors at the Glock store, not in multiple lanes and some stranger shooting next to you. And here's an exciting 2025 New Year, New Deal just for you, just for listeners to my show. Now, all month long, you can book a shooting session at shoot270.com. You mention my name, you get to shoot a full auto H&K suppressed MP5. Now, I did this a couple of months ago, man. It was amazing. This is an incredible experience. Now, it is a $50 value, but it is an experience that you're never going to forget. All you got to do is go to shoot270.com and mention my name, Dan Mandis. I've gone through the incredible personal training at the Glock store, and I'll never go back to the single lane ranges again. The incredible, incomparable shoot270.com, only in Nashville and only at my place to train, the Glock store. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, shoot270.com. 637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan and KGB, is it safe to say that it is snowing very lightly all across Middle Tennessee? Is it safe now to say that very lightly? Am I over my skis on that one? And by the way, there's not enough snow to ski. But is it safe to say that it's...
I think that's fair.
Flurries across Middle Tennessee?
That's fair.
Just started snowing near exit 105 near Manchester. I have confirmed that it is snowing in Mount Juliet. It's also snowing, somebody said, in Lebanon, and also here in Nashville near the naked statues. So just be careful. Again, first day of school back for, I think, all kids, right? First day of school back. So the roads are not only going to be slick, but also there's going to be the buses out on the roadway. And so keep it slow and use caution and keep it here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yeah, the current president, got a little salty when he was asked about being the oldest president.
By being the oldest president, I know more world leaders than any one of you ever met in your whole goddamn life.
That was Joe Biden. Did you hear that?
It's a tad aggressive.
Now, the problem is most of these world leaders that Joe Biden knows are dead. That's part of them. Now, here's the deal. This is the guy that we always knew that Joe Biden was. Just a nasty old man with a massive chip on his shoulder and an ego to match.
By being the oldest president, I know more world leaders than any one of you ever met in your whole goddamn life.
See, it is so clear that he is angry. Joe Biden is angry. He's angry at Nancy Pelosi. He's angry with Chuck Schumer. He's angry at the whole Democrat Party as today, Donald Trump is going to be confirmed. Now, over on Meet the Press, Kirsten Welker actually did have Chuck Schumer on, and she tried to hold him accountable for the lies that he told the American people. This was great. I got to hand it to Kirsten Welker. I'm not a big fan of hers or, quite frankly, anyone in the mainstream media. But she did ask Chuck Schumer about the lies that he told regarding Joe Biden's cognitive abilities.
I want to play you a little bit of something you said last year. Take a look.
I talk to President Biden, regularly, sometimes several times in a week, or usually several times in a week. His mental acuity is great. It's fine. It's as good as it's been over the years. All this right-wing propaganda that his mental acuity has declined is wrong.
Leader Schumer, what do you say to Americans who feel as though you and other top Democrats misled them about President Biden's mental acuity?
No. Look, we didn't.
Wait, what was that?
We didn't.
Actually,
we didn't.
You did, Chuck Schumer.
We didn't.
You did. You lied to the American people, and the American people know that you lied.
We didn't.
But you did. That's part of the discussion today. Donald Trump is being certified, and the question is why? Why is Donald Trump being certified? It is because Donald Trump was brutally honest. And the Democrats in the media clearly were not. Because they did lie about Joe Biden's cognitive ability. And then Schumer, after he clearly did lie about what they did during the last 4 years, talking about how they lied about Joe Biden's ability to lead the country.
We didn't.
But you did. Schumer then just falls apart in the next 45 seconds. I want you to listen to this.
We didn't. And let's look at President Biden. He's had an amazing record. The legislation we passed, one of the most significant groups of legislation since since Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, putting in 235 judges, a record, and he's a patriot. He's a great guy, and
so Joe Biden is a patriot, and he's a great guy. Actually,
By being the oldest president, I know more world leaders than any one of you ever met in your whole goddamn life.
It doesn't sound like he's a very nice guy.
That's our Catholic, very devout Catholic man.
That is our very devout Catholic president, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Getting a little testy. And I love how Schumer's like, oh, he's a patriot. Is he really a patriot? Could we just, I think we need to start redefining. If Joe Biden is a patriot, then we definitely need to start redefining what a patriot is. Because Joe Biden has literally put every other country above America. If you think about it, Ukraine, Mexico, Honduras, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and the rest of the nations he put over America and our needs by letting all of these illegal aliens into our country. My opinion is he put Iran and Hamas over America. Why? Because he allowed Iran to skirt the sanctions of one Donald J. Trump. And that should be day one. Trump reimplements those sanctions against Iran so that they can no longer fund all of that terrorism. Speaking of Ukraine, by the way, you see that Zelensky is now bowing to Donald Trump. This is great. He's on some sort of a podcast. Now, y'all know what's going on, right? So Zelensky clearly knows that the gravy train, otherwise known as, Joe Biden, who is the driver of the gravy train and the engineer of that gravy train. And so Zelensky knows that's coming to an end. So now, despite all of the nasty things that Vladimir Zelensky has said about Donald Trump in the past, now he is bowing to the president-elect.
He was stronger. He was much more stronger than Kamala Harris, Biden first, and then Kamala Harris. Yes, he showed that he can intellectually and physically. It was an important point to show that if you want to have a strong country, you have to be strong. And he was strong. And this number of rallies, what I said, is not a simple thing. He showed that he can. He is strong. He doesn't have any questions with this age and etc. Nothing. He is young. He is young here, and his brains work.
There you go. Donald Trump's brains work.
His brains work.
That's what Zelensky said. Donald Trump's, his brains work. Yes, as a matter of fact.
It's notable.
They do. So Zelensky seems to know that there's, I would say roughly 50% of Americans, many Republicans, have been against the blank check diplomacy policy for years now as it relates to Ukraine. Little to no accountability, no end in sight. That ends on January 20th. Zelensky says that 30%, he says, of the weapons they used in 2024 were actually manufactured right there in Ukraine. But you know what else he said? This is also in the news, is that Western weapons companies have gone ahead and just opened up shop in Ukraine, opened up their own facilities in Ukraine. And I saw that and I thought, well, yeah, you've got to keep feeding that military industrial complex. You've got to keep feeding that beast, right? Over the weekend, Ukraine shot more of those U.S.-made missiles, apparently 8 total. And now Russia, of course, and we see this all the time, is once again threatening America. And so Biden in Congress, they've approved another, I don't know if you saw this, another $2.5 billion as he leaves the White House. I mean, it sounds like Zelensky, again, knows the gravy train is about to end. And so now he needs to figure out a way to wrap all of this up. Now, Trump hasn't actually said how he wants to end the war. Various reports, though, have given some insight into what Donald Trump wants to do. I've got that coming up next. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. So we got snow around the naked statues. They no doubt wish that they had some clothes. A lot of us wish they had clothes too, by the way. We got snow in Nashville. We got snow off of the Smokers Lounge here at WTN.
Yeah.
And we've got snow. We were talking earlier, Joan. I think it's safe to say that we've got snow, pretty much flurries across Middle Tennessee.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, everybody is the most recent RPMC on Sharon says that it's snowing in Franklin right now.
RPMC, red pilled mom.
Yeah.
That's what.
Gotcha.
That's a whole Chris thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sharon says it is snowing in Franklin.
Rutherford County. They're even saying that it's snowing down by where I live in Manchester, so pretty far south.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, I know people are tuning in and out all the time.
Yeah.
Hopefully they tune in more than out. But remember, the kids are in school today.
Somebody reported that this area doesn't go back until Wednesday, so it may not be that.
Well, Wilson
that
County
case.
goes back today.
Yeah, some people do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be pretty funny if Amy and Riker show up for school and it's like, oops,
He's the only one.
he's the only one there.
I guess your parents don't listen.
My mom's brain worked good.
Your mom's brain worked good?
No, that's what he's going to say to his teachers when he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Thanks, Jeff.
It was a reference.
By the way, as far as Trump and what he has said that how he's going to end the war between Ukraine and Russia, just very quickly. Various reports have said that Donald Trump wants to postpone Ukraine's admission to NATO for at least 20 years to establish British and European peacekeeping forces in Ukraine. And Zelensky continues to reject elections under martial law in Ukraine. 38% of people in Ukraine say that they would be willing to give up territory to end the war with Vladimir Putin. So that's part of what's going on in the news today. There's a lot of other things. It is a very busy news day. By the way, coming up, Scott Desjardins, Congressman Scott Desjardins, he's going to be joining us after the news at 7. There was a huge meeting with all of the Republicans and in the House of Representatives. I don't know if the Senate Republicans were there, but I know that you had Trump and a lot of the congressional Republicans there in the House, and they're plotting how they're going to get everything done. So I'm really looking forward to asking Scott Desjardins, okay, Congressman, I'm assuming he voted for Mike Johnson for Speaker of the House. I don't know if there was any. I got to look it up. Was there any Republicans? I think there was one Republican that voted no. There were several different.
Thomas Massey.
It was Thomas Massey. I'm assuming. I haven't confirmed that, but Joan, apparently you have. But yeah, he was saying that there's no way that he was going to vote for Mike Johnson. There were a couple of other holdouts. Did you hear how this went down?
Yeah, I listened to. I'm so nosy, and I just love this process that I listened to the whole thing.
Okay, so. Apparently, Trump got on the phone with a couple of the malcontents and said, I don't know what he said, but, Trump can be very persuasive. And I think that whatever he said, maybe I'll ask Congressman Scott Desjardins, what's the scuttlebutt? What's the skinny? What did Donald Trump say to those holdouts as far as what, to convince them to vote for Mike Johnson? Because he failed, if I'm correct, right? He failed on the first try. And so then, because it took 2 tries. Am I right on that, Joan?
It did.
Yeah, okay. So it took 2 tries.
Actually, I think that what happened is it was still within the first round of voting.
Okay.
The guys that were voting no, they all kind of hung out in the back, hanging off the rail, just like, being malcontents.
Yeah.
And, so then President Trump called him up.
I love that.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Hey,
you
it's
knuckleheads.
6:51 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, big news on Donald Trump and Greenland. Details right before the news with Joan Jones. It's all straight ahead. Joan, what is coming up in the newscast at 7?
Yeah, we're looking at some road conditions now as a bit of snow is falling in the Nashville area. We'll also tell you what Joe Biden just did to further hamstring Donald Trump. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Can I just tell you, I really hope, and I don't know what Biden did, but I really hope that Donald Trump and the Republicans remember this moment, or maybe J.D. Vance and the Republicans remember this moment in 12 years or in 4 years, but whenever the Democrats are about to take power again, whenever that is.
Yep.
I hope the Republicans remember what Joe Biden and the Democrats did as they left office. So we'll get whatever the latest is with Joe Biden and the Democrats. Coming up in the news at 7 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for Zero Res. Eternally grateful to these folks because they keep my carpets insanely clean and safe for Riker and now my grandson as well. Now, look, dirty carpets equal sickness, especially this time of year. Your carpet is the #1 air filter in your home, so keep it clean the Zero Res way. You know the Zero Res difference, right? It means powered water. No soap, no residue, and most importantly to me, no harsh chemicals. That means pure safety for your family and your pets. And your carpet's going to dry twice as fast with Zero Res. So get your home holiday ready with Zero Res. Now, they've got the highest approval rating from the Carpet and Rug Institute. They've got thousands of positive Facebook and Google reviews and a big thumbs up from my house. Now, a great deal going on right now. You can get 3 rooms for $119 and you get a free hallway as well. I'm going to repeat that because it is a great deal. 3 rooms for $119. You also get that free hallway as well. Plus, you use promo code FRESH100. You're going to get $100 off of air duct cleaning, too. Restrictions do apply. Find them online. It is ZeroResNashville.com. The phone number, mention my name, 1-800-ZERO-RES, 1-800-ZERO-RES, ZeroResNashville.com. .656, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, could Donald Trump actually pull off bringing in Greenland? Per The Hill, maybe. This is what Trump has said about cutting a deal to buy Greenland or one way or another get Greenland into the United States. This was making its way across X over the weekend.
I don't know. It got released somehow. It's just something we talked about. Denmark essentially owns it. We're very good allies with Denmark. We protect Denmark like we protect large portions of the world. So the concept came up, and I said certainly I'd be strategically it's interesting, and we'd be interested, but we'll talk to them a little bit. It's not number one on the burner, I can tell you that.
So one of the things that's going on is that Greenland's region is changing. Apparently, ice is melting, and now it's revealing what they're calling a passageway for trade. We can shorten travel time for cargo and military ships as they bring cargo and so on between Asia and the West. They say by 20 days. We already apparently have some military bases there in Greenland, too. And some say there is an abundance of oil and gas reserves in the region, not to mention other resources as well. There's some other geopolitical reasons with China and Russia also wanting to grow their influence in the Arctic region. And so Trump, he says, yeah, you know what? I want to basically cut them off preemptively.
Well, a lot of things could be done. Essentially, it's a large real estate deal. A lot of things could be done. It's hurting Denmark very badly because they're losing almost $700 million a year carrying it. So they carry it at a great loss. And strategically for the United States, it would be nice. And we're a big ally of Denmark, and we help Denmark, and we protect Denmark, and we will.
So part of the dynamic here, and you just heard Donald Trump talk about how Denmark is actually losing money. Denmark actually gives Greenland a subsidy of about $511 million. And so the point is that there's a lot of people in Denmark that are saying, please, Donald Trump, take Greenland off of our hands. Because a lot of people say that Greenland is dead weight for Denmark, and they would be glad to see Greenland go. Now, this is from The Hill. Greenland's prime minister announced a desire to obtain independence from Denmark in the wake of President-elect Trump's comments about buying the island territory. The Greenlandic People's Opportunity for Independence has been adopted through the provisions of the Self-Government Act, thereby creating a legal basis for how independence can be achieved, they say. The leader says that he's got a new development for Greenland. He says that it is imminent. Days after Trump took a second pass at purchasing Greenland, which sits in the prominent Arctic region. So, in other words, the people, I guess, that run Greenland are saying that they want independence because I think they probably would rather be involved with America as opposed to Denmark. Denmark is still saying that despite all those subsidies, that Greenland is theirs. But it sounds like Greenland wants to side with Trump. But again, remember what Donald Trump said.
But we're looking at it. It's not number one on the burner.
No, it's not number one on the burner. But you know what? 4 years, you never know. It's 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 33 degrees now. It's fallen a bit. And just overcast skies. Some folks are still getting some snow showers. We'll keep you updated on the forecast in just a moment. But there is snow coming down in some Nashville area towns. And our temperatures have been falling, and we're sitting at 33. And in fact, our high temperature was already hit. It was around midnight tonight, midnight early this morning. And it's been falling ever since then. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro says that could lead to some trouble on the roads.
Now, the best areas for some potential icing and slick spots this morning across northern middle Tennessee, southern Kentucky, some of those higher elevations out in the plateau like Crossville, where the road temperature is at or below that freezing mark. It's really just a matter of if the roadways have dried out.
And of course, the reminder that overpasses, bridges, off-ramps, they all freeze first. We'll keep an eye on all of it, and we'll pass on new information as soon as we get it. Well, President Biden is taking aim at President Trump's promise of drill, baby, drill. Biden just blocked new offshore drilling for oil and gas in several parts of the country.
President Biden is taking sweeping executive action to ban all future offshore oil and natural gas drilling on America's east and west coasts, the eastern Gulf of Mexico, and Alaska's North Bering Sea. According to the White House, this move blocks drilling in more than 625 million acres of U.S. oceans. The president said in a statement, quote, "Drilling off these coasts could cause irreversible damage to places we hold dear and is unnecessary to meet our nation's energy needs. It is not worth the risks." Karen Travers, ABC News. News, Washington.
Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Sherry Preston.
Wall Street heads into the first full week of the new year on an upswing. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P all finished in positive territory on Friday, and the futures are all pointing to a higher open. New questions around U.S. Steel after President Biden last week blocked a takeover by Japan's Nippon Steel. The president says American ownership of the company is a national security priority. Some workers, however, say Nippon had committed to a decade without layoffs. Alcohol companies seeing their stock prices slip after the Surgeon General late last week called for cancer warnings on all alcoholic drinks. McDonald's is launching a new value menu at restaurants across the country tomorrow. Along with $5 meal deals, it'll include an option to add popular items to an order for $1. TikTok creators waiting anxiously for Supreme Court arguments this week on a law requiring the company to break ties with its Chinese-based parent company or face a nationwide ban. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
And stock futures pointing up. The Dow futures are plus 184 right now. NASDAQ futures gaining 234. We've got the S&P futures gaining 50 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. In Belmont, it's a crash at Wedgwood Avenue at I-65 and a little bit slower on 24 this morning heading into Nashville. There's also the possibility that we've got rain and snow mixing and our temperatures dropping. They're down to 33 degrees now, so it may cause some delays on the roads. It may cause some slick areas. Careful out there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Be careful out there, friends. The roads, they are slick. Got snow flurries across Middle Tennessee. Want to welcome on into the program Congressman Scott Desjardins. And Congressman, I believe you've got a little bit of snowfall there in Washington, D.C.?
It's going to be a snowy day.
How many inches are they talking about there? Because, I mean, I've seen some horror stories. I don't know.
5 to 6. Yeah, 5 to 6 probably.
Okay. But in Washington, D.C., that's not enough to stop business. People are saying that if Mike Johnson was able to, he could do the certification on another day, but you don't think that's going to be necessary?
Well, what we need is a quorum, which would be 218. There'll be people that'll have travel problems because this storm stretched across the country. But as long as you have 218 members, you can move forward with the certification. And I suspect this one will be pretty seamless. I don't think the Democrats want to look like election deniers after using that term for 4 years. So with Trump winning the popular vote, I think this one will be pretty smooth.
I thought it was interesting, actually. Hakeem Jeffries, I don't know if you were in the room when he said this, when he was giving his speech on Friday.
The American people elected Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States of America. Thank you for that very generous applause. It's okay. There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle.
You know, I thought that was kind of a punk-a thing to say, Congressman, because they have been sitting by quietly while Joe Biden was supposedly, this duly elected president back in 2020, that he wasn't clearly not actually running the country. Unelected advisors have actually been running the country. So I thought that was interesting, the gaslighting from the folks on the left. I guess that's going to continue even with Donald Trump in office.
Yeah, it is. And his speech went on and on and on for 20, 30 minutes. And as you know, he uses more hand gestures than anyone I've ever seen. But no, he took a number of shots and talked about how the Democrats are the party that works together. And what was kind of sad was that, I get the sense that people are ready to work with Trump and they've accepted him. You can't attack him anymore. He's not a threat because, he can't run again in 4 years. And so, I was getting the sense from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that they're willing to work together. So when Jeffries gets up and gives a very divisive speech like he did, where it was like a State of the Union, their side didn't stand up for anything Mike Johnson said. Our side really couldn't stand up for anything he said because he kept taking shots at us like that. And, they're supposed to be the leaders and the ones that want to unify the country and work together, but yet the sarcasm was obvious in a lot of his comments. There was no sincerity there.
Well,
and that's the guy that was leading him.
Right. And one of the questions I would ask when he says something like,
it's time for us to come together, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, to get things done for the people.
Do you think that, Congressman, that he really believes that? Because, he talked about how we need, I thought this was laughable, when Hakeem Jeffries said, we need to secure the border. And I ended up starting screaming at the TV. It's like, are you kidding me, really? So I guarantee you that what they're going to do is the second that you Republicans say, we want to start deporting criminals and start building the wall again, they're going to, all of a sudden, all this talk of bipartisanship is going to go by the wayside.
Yeah, they're going to want to talk about amnesty, talk about dreamers, and they have a completely different concept of securing the border. They have no desire to. It's a way to populate red states with potential Democrat votes. I've never seen anything like it over the last 4 years. We've got not only the financial costs of the country of anywhere from 15 to 20 million illegals that came in under the Biden administration. But it's probably somewhere around 88,000 per person per year. You've got every child that comes in qualifies for the SNAP program. If they're 18 and under, all the asylum seekers granted asylum qualify for the welfare programs. They're going to be a public charge. All of us are working, paying our taxes for these folks that the Biden administration decided to let come in. And then we're not even getting into the criminal part of it, which the gotaways are gotaways because they're here for nefarious reasons. and it's a huge problem. And so, yeah, as we start to deport the criminal element first, they're going to pitch a fit and talk about how heartless we are and so on and so forth. So they don't have a plan to take care of the people. They just want to get as many in the door as possible, and you've seen that continue, and it will right up until the 20th.
I know you folks had a big get-together over the weekend with Mike Johnson. I don't know if Donald Trump was there. But was this all the Republicans in the House of Representatives? Was the Senate there as well? Was Donald Trump there? And how did you feel that went? Is everybody on the same page?
Well, what Trump wants is one reconciliation package. And for the listeners, reconciliation is when the Senate doesn't have to have 60 votes. You can have a simple majority. So you can do that basically once a year. It relates to budgetary things. There's some in our party who want to split it into two bills, deal with the border first. That's mainly the Freedom Caucus type members. And Trump wants to do what he calls one big beautiful bill and get everything we can economically, energy wise, all that into one bill and get it done as soon as possible. So there's already some differences on strategy of moving forward, but I do think we need to move quickly on this initial reconciliation package, because a lot of times you only get one bite at that apple, and we need to get it right.
Is there a concern that Republicans are always talking about how, well, we have this one big giant omnibus spending bill, and we can't really delete things that we want to delete if you want the borders closed, you've got to vote for this other thing over here. And it's just, is there a concern that you guys are doing it again, if you will, which is just this one mammoth bill that ends up having stuff in there that your constituents don't really approve of, just to get the things that we do want?
Right, and you saw it right up till Christmas there with the struggle we had passing the CR till March. So we're going to be dealing with this again very soon. And as far as how we fund the government through September, and it'll be a big fight. It won't be the proper process. It won't be through appropriation bills. But I do like the fact that we have big business leaders like Elon Musk or Vivek Ramaswamy helping guide the waste and abuse, because if we can communicate to Americans where the waste is, and you say, well, look, we have all this government office space around the country and only 12% of it is occupied, and talk about how, closing some of these facilities or making people come to work. It's amazing how many government workers are still not going to work. Then you turn to the Pentagon and other places where there's tremendous waste. It's going to be harder to cut spending than people think. They make it sound like it's easy. We're going to cut $2 trillion. It'll be hard, because as soon as it touches a program that you care about, you're going to be upset. You can cut spending and you can get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, but don't do anything that impacts me personally. So it's going to be extremely important that we have these people out there, myself included, communicating how ridiculous some of the bureaucracy and waste within government is, and that we're all going to have to take a little bit of the pain to get this done right. So it's going to be a heavy lift. I agree with you. I worry that we're going to go down the same path and people are going to pitch a fit. But if we can communicate to the people how utterly ridiculous some of the government spending and how huge and bloated it is, I think that they'll go along with this. They just have to know, what their part in it is going to be, and where they have to tighten their belt. And if we all can get together and do this, I think we can at least move right in the right direction.
Congressman Scott DesJarlais is joining us here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Congressman, we've got a smattering of snow here in Middle Tennessee, so I got to jump the traffic. Coming up, though, we're going to talk a little bit about raising the debt ceiling. Details straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. It is snowy, Christy. Appreciate the traffic report. It's 7:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather here, yes, it is snowing across Middle Tennessee. Roads are going to be slick as well. And right now, 29 degrees at Super Talk 99.7. A lot of the school districts, apparently not all of them, but some of the school districts are going back to school this morning. So be careful because school buses and kids will also be around and about this morning. Congressman Scott DesJarlais joining us on the Super text hotline. No, on the Newsmaker hotline. There you go. I think my brain is frozen, Congressman. All right, so talking about raising of the debt ceiling. So talk about that. I know that's something that Trump wanted that to happen during the Democrats, during the previous session of Congress. Now, unfortunately, he's got to deal with it. And so what's going to happen with the raising of the debt ceiling?
Well, it's like we didn't give him a blank credit card, but, Trump's a businessman. He's a real estate developer, and I guess he knows that you got to spend some money to make some money, and he's done it, throughout his life. And so I think his mentality is that, I have to have the capital to make all these things happen. If we're going to bring manufacturing back to the United States, if we're going to generate our energy and independence, reopen pipelines, do all these things, you need capital to do that. And so I think that's the way, he looks at the business, and he's been successful. The problem is, can we spend that properly? He's already talking about purchasing. I think I was listening to your show here just before I came on. Purchasing, was it Greenland?
Yeah.
From Denmark, and that can't be cheap. So where does that kind of money come from? But the debt ceiling is one of those things that we approach every couple of years because we run out of credit. And until you cut spending, that's going to happen, or you default on your debt. So at some point there will have to be an increase in the debt ceiling. But I think, again, it needs to be communicated what, where, why, how much, and what's the plan, what's going to be the benefit for doing this. You really can't not do it, but it'd be nice to find some of these $2 trillion in savings that are entrepreneurs that are advising the president have been talking about. So if we could find the cuts or the offsets, then I think, again, communicating to people, they would understand why we're raising the debt ceiling to get from point A to point B. So, it's going to be a big fight. It was a fight before. It's going to be a fight in March, and ultimately it's going to happen to some extent. But it'd be nice to have some details in terms of his plan on where we're going to get these cuts in the future to make this a worthwhile process.
Congressman, so Friday was, crazy with Mike Johnson, the confirmation vote and everything. So one of the things that I thought was interesting is the president-elect himself making those phone calls to those holdouts. How unified is the Republican Party right now? Are the Freedom Caucus folks and the rest of the Republicans, are they feeling unified right now, or do you sense that there's going to be a lot of inter-party bickering over the next couple of years?
I sense that there's going to be a lot of inter-party bickering. It wasn't as bad or as ugly as it was 2 years ago with Kevin McCarthy. Kevin was cutting deals with people, 15 rounds of voting, 4 days. I was really disappointed because we all knew where this was going. We all knew Mike Johnson was going to be our guy. And honestly, I don't know that any of the people that objected or withheld their vote on the first round had a plan B. It's like, we're all going to unify around, Tom Emmer or Steve Scalise for Speaker. I don't think anybody had that plan. I think they just wanted to prove some kind of point. I'm not sure what it was, other than to make us look dysfunctional. That's the one thing I appreciate about the Democratic Party. They get together behind closed doors, come up with a plan or a play, and they stick with it. They're all on the same team, and they run that play. Well, we had to, there was a handful of guys that had to stand there and stare down the speaker and not vote when they called their name, and then 2 or 3 voted for someone else, knowing in the end that it was going to turn out the way it turned out. And so I don't know if they just wanted to get a phone call for Trump or what kind of concessions they were trying to get from the speaker, but I thought it made us look dysfunctional, and to me it was a red flag for times to come. I hope it's better than it was last year, considering we're going to be 219 to 215 here until they fill Matt Gaetz' seat. And then when Elise Stefanik and Michael Waltz leave, we're going to be basically either 218 or 217 to 215. And so we have no margin for error, and we all have to work together as a team. I've taken very conservative votes my entire time in Congress. Maybe some of us conservatives are going to have to take votes we're a little more uncomfortable with to make a team play, to work with the Senate and work with the president's vision, because America clearly elected Trump to run his agenda, and we need to be working with him, not against him. And within our own party, we've got to find a way to come together. But there are always a handful of people that their vision is more important than the team's vision. And I understand and respect people's districts, and I know what my district is, but I know they voted for Trump and they voted for me, and I think they would want us to work together.
All right, Congressman Scott Desjardins, always great to have you on. Good luck today.
Can I just share a moment? Congressman, it's Joan.
Yeah, hold on. I got to put him back on the air.
Oh, he's not on the air.
Hold on. I got to figure out. Go ahead, Joan.
Congressman, it's Joan. Can I just share that kind of laughable junior high moment that we had earlier on Twitter last week?
Sure.
Okay, here we go. Ready? I'm going to play it for us.
We will fight hard.
This is Hakeem Jeffries.
To defend the freedom of opportunity that makes the American dream possible. We will fight hard for the freedom to vote.
He did.
Okay.
He said fart hard.
He said fart hard.
Did all the because I'm going to admit I actually tweeted out that moment.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Yeah.
I isolated that where he said fart hard.
Yeah.
And I started giggling like a seventh grader.
Yeah.
I think Eric Swalwell probably stood up and cheered.
All right. Thank you, Congressman.
Well done. Yeah. All right. We just had to have some levity to end it with.
Fart hard.
Yeah. Move on, everybody.
We will fight hard for the freedom to vote.
So I saw that, and I thought it was funny as all get out. And, that is where they do most of their thinking, actually.
Yes.
Is coming out of the backside there. So go ahead, move on. Joan, what's coming up at 7:30?
Yeah, it's the big indignation today for Kamala Harris. She is the one person who must certify President Trump's
This is so awesome. Did you see J.D. Vance laughing?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, J.D. Vance was laughing at Kamala Harris having to swear in the new senators.
Oh.
And J.D. Vance was laughing. And just at the sight and the thought of Kamala Harris, she is the reason why the Democrats are in this mess, and now it's the ultimate indignity.
Yeah.
Where she has to now swear in the new Republicans. It's great. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We'll have a little of that and a little bit of weather too coming up in the news at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:24 Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to a gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Now you act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. So don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra. Internet discount applied to mobile bill. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced to speeds after 30 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Good morning, 7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. One accident that may be causing some problems this morning, and it's westbound on 24 approaching 840. That's exit 74. Watch it there. Police are out on the scene. Folks in the Nashville listening area reporting snow is coming down in some parts. It's part of a bigger system that's moving across the U.S., but Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro says there's not much to worry about with this one, at least for us.
This could put down a quick coating to maybe up to 1/2 inch in the higher elevations of the plateau. Most of us do not get any additional accumulation. We'll hang out near freezing the rest of our day today with a gusty wind over 20 miles per hour, which will make it feel like we're sitting in the 20s and even the teens through this afternoon.
Now, Stefano's forecast, by the way, has more snow coming next weekend. We'll keep you updated on that. Well, just a little north and east of us, the conditions are much more wintry. And Tennessee Highway Patrol reported multiple crashes on I-75 in Campbell County yesterday. That's because of the precipitation there being more of a mix of sleet, freezing rain, and snow. This is January 6th, and it is, of course, the day that Donald Trump's victory will be certified by Congress. ABC political director Rick Klein tells us there were changes instituted after the last presidential election.
The Electoral Count Reform Act was passed by Congress to kind of make it harder for individual members of Congress to challenge the results and to make clear that the role of the vice president is purely ministerial, that there's no judgment involved. That means that Vice President Harris herself is the one that has to certify the election results for her rival, for former President and now President-elect Donald Trump.
Now, in a videotaped statement, Harris promised there would be no shenanigans, saying she will perform what she called her sacred obligation. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures higher now. The Dow futures up 159. We've got NASDAQ futures gaining 205 and S&P futures are up 44 points. That's the latest news, traffic and weather. And next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 732, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for the Glock store. Now, this is my gun store and where I train, and I do need to go more here in 2025, and you do too. You know, at the Glock store, they've got private shooting rooms and personal instructors, not multiple lanes and some stranger shooting next to you, no. Now, here's an exciting 2025 New Year, New Deal just for listeners to my show. Now, all month long, you can book a shooting session at shoot270.com. You mention my name, you get a great experience. You can shoot a full auto H&K suppressed MP5. Again, just for mentioning my name, Dan Mandis, that is a $50 value, but it is also an experience you're never going to forget. I got to do this a month or two ago. It is incredible. All you have to do is mention my name. Now, I've gone through some incredible personal training at the Glock store as well. Now, I'll never go back to the single-lane ranges again. The incredible, incomparable Shoot270.com, only in Nashville and only at my place to train, the Glock store. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, Shoot270.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
It is a crash on 65 southbound at Trinity Lane, exit 87, and it's blocking the left shoulder, also slowing down traffic there. Belmont, the crash is at Wedgwood Avenue at I-65. And another one on 24, westbound lanes heading into to Nashville. This one's in Murfreesboro, just before I-840, exit 74. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Route 109.
(7:37) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. They're talking about like a lot of snow next weekend. Like a lot of snow. Not like this spitting thing that we got going on right now. Although, you know what? The roads, they don't seem that bad, and it's no longer snowing here in here at WTN, but here at the Naked Statues at WTN. However, we may still have some slick roadways out there, so be careful. First day back to school for a lot of kids as well, and so that means the school buses will be out. So just be careful and keep it slow and give yourself plenty of extra time this morning. John Thune was on Meet the Press. Now, if you don't know who John Thune is, he is the incoming Senate Majority Leader, and he was on with Kirsten Welker, and I just... There is a special place in journalistic hell for Kirsten Welker because she is an awful journalist. I'm gonna play for you the way that she frames this question to John Thune on Kash Patel as the leader of the FBI. Listen to how she frames this question.
Let me ask you about Kash Patel. In his book, as you know, as has been reported, he has a list of 60 people he calls members of the so-called deep state. Are you certain that Kash Patel's priorities would be fighting crime, protecting national security, rather than settling political scores?
When I hear, the first thing I say, shut up. Just shut up. Because there's a big difference between, and I'm going to air quote this, settling political scores and rooting out the corruption. And so she makes it seem like this notion of getting the rot out of the FBI is nothing more than partisan hackery. The reality is that it's not about this settling political scores, and it's actually about getting the FBI back to the mission of protecting the American people. And right now, a lot of people, let's just be honest, a lot of people see the FBI as a joke. I know that I do. I know that there's a lot of really good people within the FBI, but there's also at the top, at the core, there's a lot of rot. Especially after they declared that the New Year's Eve terror attack there in New Orleans wasn't actually a terror attack. even though everybody around them was saying it was a terror attack. And then the FBI came out and said, this is not a terror attack. So, yeah, people they see the FBI as a joke. Let's also remember that the FBI didn't actually arrive at the suspect's home there in New Orleans until well after the media did. And then they left his home. The FBI left the terrorist's home wide open so that the media could come in and just look around. They didn't lock the doors. They didn't have any crime scene tape around. No guards keeping the scene secure. Nothing. I mean, it's crazy. So John Thune, I think he tries to be respectful, and he does answer the question.
I think that he understands what his mission would be if he is successful in getting confirmed to that position at the FBI. The FBI is an agency that I think is in need of reform.
Yes. There have been so many issues associated with the FBI, especially over the last 4 years. It is ridiculous. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They went through Melania's wardrobe. Remember that whole thing, going through her drawers and so forth? Bunch of creepers. Biden actually authorized the use of deadly force in that Mar-a-Lago raid. They labeled Catholics as extremists in that Richmond memo way back when. Remember that whole story? They went after parents protesting at school board meetings. They treated them, they thought of them as terrorists. And they knew that Joe and Hunter Biden were involved in shady business dealings, and they just sat on it. So that's not, memo to Kirsten Welker. That's not settling political scores. That is rooting out the rot that is within the FBI.
In these institutions that the American people need to have confidence and trust in, I think that confidence and trust is largely eroded. And there's an opportunity to fix that. I think that's what I sat down and met with him. I think he understands that's the mission. And if he's successful through the nomination process, I hope that he will take very seriously that responsibility and focus on what he can do to make the FBI operate in a way that is protecting the American people and also being accountable to the same.
When you say you think he does understand the mission, does that mean, yes, you do think he will put national security ahead of settling political scores?
Is she dumb? Like, he literally just spent 2 minutes talking about what Kash Patel needs to do. And he talked about all of the things that is his mission, including rooting out the corruption. And John Thune basically said there is corruption within the FBI. And then she just basically repeats the question.
You say you think he does understand the mission. Does that mean, yes, you do think he will put national security ahead of settling political scores?
It's like a facepalm. So according...
Sorry, I was like, you said yes. Are you sure you meant yes? Because it sounds like you said yes, but you really said yes?
And she's so obsessed, and she's done this before, right? So it's almost like she's refusing to acknowledge the rot and the corruption within the FBI, and she's just trying to relabel that as settling political scores, when it's not. It's trying to refocus the FBI on what they need to focus on, which is keeping the American people safe. So the brain trust over there at NBC and Meet the Press specifically, trying to fix all of that corruption that I just mentioned, is settling political scores as opposed to refocusing the FBI on what it needs to be focused on. This is what drives me nuts about the mainstream media. This is what drives me nuts about people like Kirsten Welker. And she thinks that she's trying to be, and here's the funny thing, is she's trying to be all sort of journalistic-y, you know what I'm saying? Like a hardcore journalist, and I'm going to follow up. He just answered the question. By the way, John Thune, apparently this is in the news today, just to let you know that I know, John Thune has privately told Donald Trump that Pete Hegseth does have the votes to be confirmed, according to multiple sources. So we'll have to see about Kash Patel. When it came to Kash Patel, it didn't seem like Thune was confident, but he said there's definitely going to be a process, and we'll have to see where it goes. And so my hope is that that the Senate does confirm Pete Hegseth and definitely Kash Patel. 7:45, time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Seven to 45 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, clearly cold. High of about 38. What did you say the temperature was, KGB?
29 degrees right now.
29 degrees. It stopped raining, or I should say snowing. It stopped snowing where we are.
Yeah, but you know what? We're hearing from Brian Wilson that it's fairly heavy sleet in Mount Juliet.
Oh, okay.
So that's interesting.
It is, because that's where I'm going after I get out of here. So I hope the roads aren't so bad.
So maybe you don't fly out of here and fly home at, breakneck speed. Maybe
I would actually like to fly because then my tires wouldn't have to be on the road.
Yeah,
it is wet.
That's true.
And slick. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Joan. 7:46 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I spoke about this earlier. Got a lot of feedback on it. The Sean Ryan podcast, where he had a guy by the name of Sam Shoemate on there. And all of these folks, they're very much into military and military intelligence and all that kind of stuff. And they're talking about the Las Vegas bombing, of course, Matthew Livelsberger. And on Friday, I don't know if you heard about it or not, but he had emailed before he committed suicide. I'm air quoting that. I know there's a lot of people that are saying that he didn't. So right before his death, apparently, Livelsberger had sent Shoemaker an email. And Shoemate an email. And it was an email that was so alarming that after they read the email on the Sean Ryan podcast, Sean Ryan had to go into hiding. And it was really, I find this fascinating. So in the emailed manifesto, read here by Shoemate on Sean Ryan's podcast, he says that those drones off of the East Coast, he says they belong to China.
What we have been seeing with drones, he puts that in quotes, he says drones, is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but throughout history, the U.S. Only we in China have this capability. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up.
So basically a gravitic propulsion system, these are drones with unlimited payload. You can put whatever you want on these things. Weight doesn't matter. And you can fly them right over the White House. And so basically what Livelsberger is saying is that China is prepared to attack Washington, D.C., and they can attack any city on the East Coast. And part of that, remember that this kind of sort of checks out with the whole drone conversation from a while ago, because there were politicians. I think there was a mayor, and I think there was also a congressperson who said that these drones are being flown by China, by a Chinese sub off of the East Coast.
That was Jeff Van Drew.
Jeff Van Drew. That's exactly right,
now
Joan.
Republican congressman. He flipped from Democrat to Republican a couple of years ago.
Yep. And other people also said, well, maybe these are our drones looking for their drones, or looking for, the Chinese sub or whatever Chinese ship or boat or whatever was launching these drones. Now, these drones that there's no follow-up on it. We don't even know. I don't even know what the latest is. I know that they're still out there, but it kind of dropped out of sight. But that's the thing, is Livelsberger is saying that these gravitic propulsion system drones, they're incredibly dangerous, and we're like on the verge of World War III. And so some people are taking this seriously. Clearly, Sean Ryan took it seriously worried him to the point where he has dropped out of sight for a few days. By the way, to me, this all does seem plausible. Shoemate continues to read from the email below. Here's what he said.
The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft. They are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. U.S. government needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it and weaponizing it, how China is employing them and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere in the East Coast.
So that's the thing. People are freaking out because they think that this guy has this inside information. Some people, again, they're taking him very seriously. Other people within the intelligence community, within the military intelligence community, some are taking him seriously. Others are saying that he didn't have the clearance to know about this kind of intel. Now, I'm just telling you, I don't know what to believe. But what I can tell you is that this broke the internet on Friday afternoon. So really interesting. And by the way, coming up, what was in Livelsberger's manifesto? He came out with not one, not two, I think like 3 or 4 different manifestos. There was the email that he sent to Sam Shoemate, where he had some very serious accusations against the military. I've got that part of the story for you as well. And he had some very damning things to say about America as well. It was very manifesto-like. Details straight ahead. 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8. Joan, what you got?
Yeah, an update on our forecast, a little bit wider today than we thought it would be. Also, he promised, and now Joe Biden is making it nearly impossible for you to buy certain natural gas appliances. That's coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joe. And Dan Mandis here. My company for foundation repair and concrete leveling is United Structural Systems. Now, they fixed my foundation. They can help yours as well. They're awesome, easy to work with, and above all, competent and reasonable. Now, if you notice doors and windows sticking, uneven floors, maybe gaps between the trim and the ceiling, these are all signs that you might have a possible foundation issue. Nobody fixes it better than USS. Now, they've been serving Middle Tennessee since 1994, and they've helped thousands of satisfied homeowners with great work ethic and communication. Great work as well. Now, they're going to give you a free inspection and detailed estimate before you make a decision. Communication is always key to making sure that everybody is on the same page. One of the big things I love about USS, you don't pay a dime until the work is done, and you are a satisfied customer. By the way, they've got over 30,000 satisfied customers. United Structural Systems. For all your foundation, concrete leveling, and waterproofing needs, call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. USSTN.com. 7:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, talking about the various manifestos of this Matthew Livesberger. He is the one that blew up the Tesla truck in front of Trump Tower in Las Vegas. And they're talking about the email that went to this Sam Shoemate, who is on the Sean Ryan podcast. And they could not, I was talking earlier about the gravitic propulsion system, and nobody can really verify what it is that he was talking about. People know what he's referring to, but nobody can really confirm or deny if China has these off of our East Coast. So as far as Sean Ryan and Sam Shoemate goes, they didn't have anything really to say about confirming that, but they were able to confirm part of Livesberger's email where they talked about war crimes in Afghanistan back in 2019. Oh, hold on. That's on me. This is them reading the email. Listen.
I have knowledge of this program and also war crimes that were covered up during airstrikes in Nimruz province, Afghanistan in 2019 by the admin, DOD, DEA, and CIA. I conducted targeting for these strikes of over 125 buildings. 65 were struck because of civcas, that's civilian casualties, that killed hundreds of civilians in a single day. U.S. FORA continued strikes after spotting civilians on initial ISR. It was supposed to take 6 minutes and scramble all aircraft in CENTCOM. The UN basically called these war crimes.
All right, so they were able to confirm those war crimes from reports from back in 2019. So part of what Livesberger has been saying is that he had a lot of these, because he took part in some of this, that this was weighing on his mind. There's a number of things that he said within his, again, various manifestos. I'm just going to give you some bullet points. I'm not going to read the whole thing because there were a couple of them, several of them. But he did call for a purge of Democrats in Washington, D.C. He said that we are crumbling as a nation because of a lack of self-respect and morals. He did blast the top 1%. He spoke about addiction to screens. He said that our population is too fat to join the military, but we're looking at major world wars by 2030. He also said that DEI is a cancer. I agree with him on that. He also said that America rejected the DEI candidate and will have a real president instead of Weekend at Bernie's. So that is some of the thoughts, the final thoughts of Matthew Livesberger. One of the things that people are saying is that he was having some marital problems as well. There's also the very suspicious gunshot that they say he committed suicide inside of that Tesla truck, yet there's no audio recording. The camera's everywhere, but they can't seem to find any audio recording of a gunshot that happened before the explosion. Got a lot more straight ahead. It's Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a crash in Talbot's Corner on 65. It's in the southbound lanes at Trinity Lane, exit 87, and it's blocking the left lane. We'll have more on that, and we'll have your forecast coming up. But we are clearly dodging a bullet in Middle Tennessee today. There is an abundance of snow falling just to our north. Kentucky getting hit by this winter storm, and a state of emergency is in effect there for the entire state. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro on the snow showers and some sleet that we're seeing here in Tennessee.
What we will see through the remainder of this morning, some scattered flurries, a passing snow shower or two. Very little, if any, accumulation will be possible with that. But of course, it is still something we want to keep a close eye out for, because the temperature will be falling to near and below freezing for the rest of our day today.
And stay with us on WTN. We will keep you posted on weather updates throughout the day. Well, there's more now on the highly decorated Special Forces soldier who died by suicide in a Cybertruck explosion on New Year's Day. apparently confiding to a former girlfriend who had served as an Army nurse that he faced significant pain and exhaustion that she says were key symptoms of traumatic brain injury. Alicia Arrett spoke with ABC News.
I think he was just reaching out, and I just didn't pick up on it. I don't think he didn't say anything explicit that would have triggered it, I guess. I just wish I had responded differently.
Green Beret Matthew Livelsberger was a 5-time recipient of the Bronze Star. Mayor Freddie O'Connell said Nashville is ahead of other cities in its efforts to protect crowds downtown, but a review in the aftermath of New Orleans is underway now and looking at adding more permanent barriers on Broadway.
This is kind of that effort to double down and just ensure that we've got good cost estimates from NDOT for opportunities that may be there for in-street bollards, that we've got deployment scenarios for the relocatable barriers, that we continue to revisit with MMPD and NDOT in particular, but also our Office of Emergency Management.
Metro Police saying they were monitoring threats for a couple of weeks leading up to the music note drop, but they didn't find anything that needed a response. And the Biden administration has finalized a new rule that would ban most natural gas hot water heaters. This rule was cemented the day after Christmas, but the White House didn't send out any press release. There was no public announcement at all. It's scheduled to go into effect in March. Now, this rule, if President Trump doesn't reverse it, would phase out production of roughly 40% of new tankless water heaters. The Washington Free Beacon says consumers would be left with fewer options, causing higher prices. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are up ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. In Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. The left shoulder now blocked off by a crash in that area. And Glencliff, Briley Parkway westbound at I-24 South. That's exit 3. There's a crash there. The center lane is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to the final hour of Nashville's Morning News for this Monday. I want to welcome on into the program E.J. Host, former journalist, one heck of a good talk show host. E.J., great to have you on. I don't know if you and I have spoken since you had your fill-in for Chris Hand. I thought you did a great job, so congratulations. I know that we're going to have you back as well.
Thank you so much. Happy New Year. Yeah, that was a really fun time. That was great.
And if you missed it, you can find the podcast on our social media pages and our website as well. All right, EJ. So, of course, as I mentioned, a former journalist and very much of a concerned citizen. So I want to just kind of get through some news of the day. First of all, I don't know if you were watching. I talked about this earlier, but I thought it was interesting that Hakeem Jeffries got up and he gave this speech in front of the House of Representatives right before Mike Johnson, when Johnson was confirmed. And he said just a lot of BS.
So as Democrats, our promise to the American people is that we will fight hard to make sure that no one in this town takes away Social Security or Medicare from the American people. Not now, not ever, no means never.
I mean, first of all, I said earlier that Hakeem Jeffries is like an Obama wannabe. But somebody please tell me where Donald Trump and the Republicans have said that they want to destroy Social Security and Medicare. They haven't.
No, they haven't. But listen, they always play the long game. They tell you what they're going to do in speeches like this. So you think Hakeem just came up with that off the top of his head? Surely not. This was written for him. Remember, Biden also over the weekend signed that Social Security bill that, more accurately, his handlers and his radical Democrat operatives put this thing together, doing everything they can to sabotage not only the Trump presidency, but just Republicans in general. The Social Security thing is a big deal to them. They want to be able to say that Republicans repealed more Social Security benefits. Republicans took away Social Security benefits for millions of Americans. What Hakeem Jeffries failed to mention is that the only thing that they put in this bill was for public employees, government workers, teachers, firefighters, that sort of thing. More Social Security benefits for them, but not for, say, entrepreneurs or people who are working for a private company. So it's a very strategic move. Hakeem sounds like a moron, right? I mean, he does. He sounds like an idiot. He's trying really hard to bloviate and become important. He said a lot of things in that speech that I take issue with, but it's also calculated. So we kind of have to remember that, like, even when we're making fun of them for being foolish, they always have an agenda. And in a couple of years, so say the Trump team and the Republicans, they repeal this silly nonsense from this bill, they'll be able to campaign later and say, the Democrats will be able to say, oh, Republicans took away Social Security benefits from thousands or millions of teachers and firefighters, et cetera.
Yeah, 3 million public workers. This is what Joe Biden signed last week. And this is something that for Biden, he keeps doing these things. I mean, earlier, I don't know if you and I spoke about it, E.J. Host, but Joe Biden accused of trying to sell the remnants of the wall. That was another story that was out there. And it does seem like he's trying to sabotage Donald Trump with Biden on the way out and Trump on the way in. They're putting all these landmines out there. I mean, there's also the story where Biden is banning some offshore oil and gas drilling along most of the U.S. coastline. I mean, it's like, okay, so now Trump has to deal with that as well.
Right, exactly right. You know, that one is especially egregious because it emboldens our foreign adversaries. Right. It's like one thing when you do something domestically, and now Trump and his team and the Republicans have to waste time undoing nonsensical things that we can repeal. Right. We have all the control right now. Hopefully Republicans won't get their, scared little kitten selves that they usually are on these things and fight and negotiate and everything like we saw last Friday. Hopefully they'll just get on board and they'll repeal these things right away. But this one in particular, the federal waters offshore drilling thing, it's announcing to the world that America is again depleting our energy resources. That's dangerous. right? That's really dangerous. And just to have to waste time on this stuff, really fixing all of Biden's administration failures, in addition to this intentional sabotaging, I think is a pretty crappy way to end your presidency, to be honest.
Well, let's be honest. Everything he has done from beginning to middle to end has been crappy for Joe Biden. So, yeah, I actually struggle. Yeah, I actually struggle. I talked about this on the air one time where somebody challenged me, and I'm always up for a challenge. Name one good thing that Joe Biden did, Dan, you partisan hack. Name one good thing that Joe Biden did. I couldn't come up with one good thing. I just can't.
Yeah, I can't either. I mean, honestly, it's been awful, but we always have to remember that it wasn't really Joe Biden.
Right.
I mean, even the media now, even the Democrats are saying, yeah, we really, messed that up and should have told people that he was incapacitated as the president. So who's been running the show for the last 4 years? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious it wasn't Joe Biden. And so having that information would be helpful so that we can blame the right person.
Well, and here's the thing, just sticking with the moron Hakeem Jeffries.
The American people elected Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States of America. Thank you for that very generous applause.
Wait for it.
It's okay. There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle.
I mean, that's supposed to be like some sort of a gotcha thing. But I mean, don't they define election deniers? Because the American people theoretically voted Joe Biden into office 4 years ago. But they denied that election by having other people run the country and not the person that they elected for.
Great point. Obviously, Hakeem Jeffries he's a bloviating liar, right? I say this a lot. He's a lying liar who lies out of his lie hole. That's just who he is. But a lot of radical Democrats are that way. What's funny, though, is he really got owned on social media because, of course, when you say something that ridiculous, people are going to fact check you in real time. A quote this is from Jeffries in February of 2018, quote, "The more we learn about the 2016 election, the more illegitimate it becomes." It goes on, and he's like, we have to know if we have a fake president in the Oval Office. That was him. I just posted a video on X. Everybody can find me at EJ Under the Radar. And it says, it's 24 minutes long, this video, that has every Democrat you can imagine over the last 20 years almost. Clinton, top Democrats in the House, Terry McAuliffe.
Yeah, Maxine Waters in there, right?
Oh, yeah, and Biden and Carter on the Gore-Bush election, Bernie Sanders. I mean, the list is too long to go on, but it's a 24-minute video of Democrats saying election was illegitimate, and it's multiple elections,
Right.
obviously.
I think Carter even called Donald Trump an illegitimate president. So, not real surprising for Jimmy Carter, but that is a great video, and it's EJ Under the Radar on X. Coming up, EJ, I want to ask you about Mike Johnson and his confirmation. Okay. And now there's obviously some discussions about where the Republicans go from here. And there's going to be, I had Congressman Scott Desjardins on earlier talking about one bill or two, one reconciliation bill or two. We're going to talk about that and the big disagreement that we are going to see in the Republican Party coming up. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. 8:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Still flurries in some parts of Middle Tennessee. Appreciate you listening. We do have, again, probably some slick spots around. Basically, the rule of thumb today is keep it slow and be careful because a lot of kids are going back to school as well. Right now, 28 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. EJ Host is joining us. All right, EJ, so let's talk about what happened on Friday from the Republican side. So we know that Mike Johnson, he took a couple of phone calls from President-elect Trump to bring everybody on board, but he was, as everyone now knows, he was confirmed. Now they're talking about this reconciliation bill, and there's going to be some consternation between, the Freedom Caucus type Republicans and other Republicans because, well, some of these Republicans want 2 of these bills. Trump only wants 1. And I think this is sort of a precursor to what we're going to see. Trump and Mike Johnson and a lot of these folks want to just dump everything into this one bill. And so there's going to be some things that clearly they don't want in the reconciliation bill. But if you want border security, then you've got to support whatever else might be in this bill. And so they're going to, in some cases, have to hold their nose and vote for this thing. And there's going to be a lot of stuff in there. So there's some Republicans that are saying, no, we're not happy with one big, beautiful bill, as Donald Trump says. And there's going to be some fighting going on.
Yeah, here's the deal. I'm in favor typically of single issue bills, because you can actually look at it and see, I think we have too many laws to begin with. And so introducing more and more and more and 15,000 page bills and all the things, right? Like let's just name it something appropriate and pass bills that are single issue. That would be ideal. Unfortunately, we are not in an ideal state at the moment. We are in a country in distress, as it turns out, right? Like, as our congressmen and on the Republican side start to play these kind of typical normal games that have always been played, I think they're going to find the American people are unhappy with that, right? On Friday, it wasn't just that Donald Trump from the golf course gave a call to these, people that were standing, opposed to him at the last minute. More importantly, the American people were blowing up the phones of these people and saying, just get on board, give the man a chance. And that's kind of where I am right now. Give the man a chance to pass his agenda. Remember, we have a very, very short window to make this happen. So 2 things I think Republicans can remember. One, or should remember. One is that this time frame, not just the first 100 days or whatever, everyone is going to start raising money and running again in like 18 months. So we don't have a lot of time to get things done. That's number one. Number 2, Americans have short attention spans when it comes to small things you disagree with, but you vote for it anyway kind of stuff. The media news cycle is 15 minutes now. So yeah, maybe you don't like page 247, section 2.
Right.
Okay, fine. At this point, though, could we just recognize the fact that the American people in every district across the country that voted for Donald Trump voted for you to enact his agenda? So if you won in one of those districts that voted for Donald Trump, guess what? They weren't only voting for you, they were voting for Donald Trump. And so there's this kind of disconnect between Republicans at large, like typical Republicans who've been there for a really long time, and the Republicans who know, listen, we got a short time period to get all this stuff done. We probably need to just get on the same team and pass this stuff. We can fix other stuff later, but we just have a really short period of time to do it.
All right. I've got 30 seconds. Tell me, it sounds like Kash Patel may have some challenges heading the FBI. John Thune is apparently, according to a couple of different sources, said that Pete Hegseth is in. So, I mean, where are you at with Kash Patel?
I think, gosh, I hope I don't regret saying this, but my prediction is that he will get through. I think the people who are holding out at this point are doing so to kind of, get the gavel, to kind of get on the right committee, that sort of thing. I think it's more, process than it is an actual dislike of Patel. There's not much to dislike about him, honestly. When you really look at his record and what he stands for, if you're a good, solid Republican conservative, there's nothing to really oppose.
No, you're right. All right, EJ, tell us once again how to follow you on X.
Yeah, catch me at EJ Under the Radar. Thanks so much, Dan.
All right, EJ, we'll talk to you again very soon. It is 8:20, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, and Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8:30. Joan, what you got?
Yeah, still looking at the weather. We'll take a look at the roads, too, and see where snow and sleet may be falling now. Also, a world leader is expected to step down as early as today. That's coming up Did you get the hint?
I sure did.
Okay, at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Justin Trudeau?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe? All right, very good. I think he's going to step down because he is getting, number one, people hate him in Canada. That's number one.
68% disapproval.
But here's the other thing is Trump is just all over him. Yeah. And so I think that is also part of the conversation. If possibly it is Justin Trudeau, this world leader, that is about to step down. Joan has the full and complete story coming up at 8:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Stop letting high-interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity Loan. Listen up, homeowners, this is for you. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out of your home's equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, and no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project, and is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers. Get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year with Loan Pronto. Call them now and see how much money you can qualify for. Imagine this time next week, you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. That phone number one more time, 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Unapproved credit, NMLS, ConsumerAccess.org. 828. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, have you heard Kamala Harris shanking the national anthem?
Yeah, I did hear that.
Or the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge of Allegiance, yes.
So
yeah,
I totally missed this.
Join me in pledging allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
How do you mess that up?
You're a government official, lady. Yeah. This is like third grade stuff.
It is third grade. Well, listen, maybe it's been a long time since she's actually said it. But if you know that you're going to say it, then or you're going to have to say it, then review it.
I can't give her that.
You want to? All right. So let's hear it one more time.
I pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
It's a good thing everybody else had it right, huh?
I haven't said it since elementary school. I still know it like the back of my hand. Come on.
You know what's interesting? She had a really bad day on Friday, and she's going to have a bad day again today because she's got to swear everybody in, and she'll be doing a lot of swearing, no doubt, as she's having to swear everybody in. And she is literally in my opinion, she and Biden, obviously. They're why the Republicans have had such a great run politically, because she was such a phenomenally bad candidate. So I'm not surprised that she doesn't know the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm also not surprised that the Democrats are shame spiraling right now. And here's the thing. The more the Republicans, of course, they go through the next couple of years, I believe that the Republicans think they're going to have a lot of victories. My worry, though, is that, as I was speaking to E.J. Host about this and Scott Desjardins earlier, the congressman, is that there's going to be a lot of bickering. There's going to be a lot of infighting within the Republican Party. They only have a couple of years to get this done, friends. And so there might have to be, and I know that compromise is a dirty word within the Republican Party, within the conservative movement. I totally get it. I understand. Problem that the Republicans have is they've got to get these priorities done, like literally right now. Although I'm not real thrilled with just one big, massive, big, beautiful bill, as Donald Trump says, one big reconciliation bill. Not a big fan of that, because if the Democrats were doing something like that, we would lose our ever-loving minds. It is 8:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news now.
Good morning, 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top story. Yeah, some of us are seeing snow flurries, maybe even snow showers today. But it's nothing like in Kentucky, where a state of emergency has been declared and thousands of people are without power because of a snowstorm. We may, however, have some other problems after last night's rainfall.
One of the big things to focus on this morning is the falling temperatures that we're going to see over the next couple of hours as those roadways do remain wet. Remember, overpasses and bridges tend to follow the air temperature very closely. So if we get near that freezing mark, those are the areas we could see some refreezing as we head through the morning.
Yeah, it's 33 degrees in a lot of parts this morning, so right near that freezing mark. Be careful as you're traveling. When the snow does get deep enough to be plowed, Murfreesboro will be ready. City officials announcing 8 new plows and the purchase of 1,000 pounds of salt. The borough will also assign 60 employees to any removal operation. Franklin police need help finding a man who was convicted for hitting a police officer with his car, but then that man failed to report to prison. 28-year-old Roy Nicholson was supposed to turn himself in Thursday to begin a 5-year prison term. A warrant has been issued for his arrest, and police say if you know his whereabouts, contact Franklin Police. And we are seeing reports this morning that Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is expected to resign as early as today. This was reported by the Globe and Mail first last night. Now, Trudeau has a disapproval rate of 68% as that country continues suffering from a housing crisis, declining per capita GDP, and high inflation. We'll keep an eye on these developments all throughout the day. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Pick a Joan, 832, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partner, and They've been my partner as well for well over 10 years. I love these folks. And yes, I've been working with them for a long time. Now, Busy Bee is always looking for ways to save you money. And here in a very cold January, some red hot deals. Get a free air duct cleaning with the purchase of a new complete whole home AC, or get a free air duct cleaning package upgrade. So you buy the middle package, you are going to automatically be upgraded to the deluxe, and they're offering you 15% off indoor air quality products. So check them out today. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Save money, stay warm this January with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Looks like they've cleaned up a mess, some debris that was in the roadway on I-24 westbound lanes in Davidson. So that's gone at this point. But if you're traveling this morning, approaching the airport on 255, got to watch it. That's Donaldson Pike. Got to watch it. It looks like it's slow going as you're approaching the airport. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Time for the cross. Chris is here. Joan is here. Hello, Joan.
Hello.
KGB is banging his head over there.
It's a good tune.
He's a headbanger.
He is a headbanger. Let's face it, he's not a headbanger. I was a headbanger from way back. I'm one of the OG.
Don't you need hair to headbang though?
No, you don't need hair to headbang.
Dan had it though.
Man, I had to show you some pictures of me back in the day.
Text me, honestly, legit. I want to see pictures of you in hair. I can't see it.
I look like the lead singer of like Whitesnake back when I was like 19.
Now, not the Slipknot where it's like all the way down there, like stomachs hair.
No, I don't know. I'm not a big Slipknot.
Yeah,
I'm not a big Slipknot
it's a
fan.
heavy metal band.
No, I know who they are. They just creep me out.
They had one good song.
Which was it?
Wait and Bleed.
That's a good one, though.
That was it.
They have one called Stuff that's really good, or Snuff that's really good. It's more of a slow tune, but it's good.
Everything else was mediocre.
You people, by the way, watching me on the super text line, you may be seeing something very bizarre about yours truly. And I talked a little bit about this last week.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure it out. I don't see a Band-Aid on the forehead.
No Band-Aid on the forehead.
You're not wearing a beanie today.
No beanie. Beanie's actually right here.
You haven't changed your glasses, have you?
No. People may or may not be able to see it. I'm not perpetually crying through the show, although sometimes I want to. I talked yesterday about the other day about how I've got cataracts.
Yeah.
Now my eyes have gone from being persistently dry to constantly tearing up.
Really?
And people are like, You're
crying. Stop it. You're crying.
I'm not crying. It's a great day. It's January 6th, the day that they're going to...
He's moved by the anniversary of the insurrection.
Yes. That's what it is. Anyway.
Violence.
He's still not over it.
Yeah.
So I don't know why my eyes are now gone from dry to tearing up. My eyes are so effed up. I was trying to do a segment earlier, and it's just like everything is just blurry now. It's so weird. And I'm not that old, man. I'm only 57. You wait, Malinoff. This is going to happen to you.
I already have bad eyes. I told you off the air I have bad eyes.
Oh, well.
You know what? I get the view of the back of Jeff Malinoff.
Yeah.
I have to say, he's not going to be. He just covered it.
Jones?
He's not going to have hair for long.
Wow.
Oh.
Who are you, my jealous brother? Both my brothers are bald, by the way, and they both always look at my bald spot.
You know what?
Well,
you know what,
it's
Mal?
not that
coming.
You know what, KGB? Welcome to being the target of one Joan Jones.
Yeah, that was completely uncalled for. That was just mean.
No, I mean, if it were me, I would have said, I'm looking at your backside. Clearly, your better side. That's what I would have said.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you just shave?
That actually is more accurate.
Why don't you just shave it off?
Yeah.
No, okay, I'll tell you what. Because both my brothers are bald, my dad is bald. My parents, my dad grew up with not good hair, and my mom misses that. So they're like, you can't buzz your hair. I'm like, okay. For the sake of the Malinoff name, one of us has to have hair in this family. So
we'll be doing the comb over soon. Serious comb over.
That is maybe it's true, but
Joan with the flamethrower back there.
This is the longest. I usually have more of a shorter hairstyle. Sometimes I buzz it, but
you're doing locks for Trump, like Murphy's show.
I'm doing locks for the Malinoff name mainly.
Okay.
But Murphy was already doing that before I grew out my hair. But this is the longest my hair has ever really been.
Has Murphy cut his hair yet? I don't see him. I don't see him anymore.
I've been trying to tell him to get a barber to come in live on the 20th and have him cut his hair live on air.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
Actually.
Wait a minute. They got to clean up after him, though, because I don't want a bunch of Murphy DNA all over the place.
I'm sure the guy could bring in a vacuum. There's already enough Murphy DNA as it is.
I come in here. I love Matt Murphy. I'm not bagging on Matt Murphy. We love Matt Murphy. He's got hair all over this place when I come in.
He sheds.
He is a shedder.
He sheds.
He does.
That's weird.
He sheds.
For a guy.
That's okay. Listen, we love Matt, and we all tolerate, the things we like and don't like about people. If his worst problem, it's not. If his worst problem is shedding, he's doing. I'm just kidding. I love Matt Murphy. Listen. Here's what I love about this radio station is we all could target each other with fun and frivolity, and very few of us actually get really upset about it.
End of the day, we like each other.
Usually, yeah. Hey, I'm just kidding. Chris brought something.
I did. I was shocked to see this. North Korea has taken a shot across the bow at the West.
All right.
And they have banned an iconic Western food item.
Kim Jong-un has reportedly banned North Koreans from eating hot dogs. This bizarre move is part of a crackdown on the invasion of Western culture in the communist state. So anyone caught serving them at home or selling them in the street would be committing treason and risk being shipped off to labor camps. Hot dogs are often used as an...
Shipped off to labor camps?
Wow.
Treason and shipped off to a labor camp because you want to have a hot dog with some mustard and relish.
Yet, he'll sit there and he'll watch basketball. Isn't that that also part of the demonic Western culture?
Give me hot dogs or give me death.
All right, let's listen to this.
And risk being shipped off to labour camps. Hot dogs are often used as an ingredient in a popular spicy noodle soup called budae, which was imported from pro-Western South Korea in 2017. But a vendor in a northern province says sales have stopped, and anyone caught selling the soup will be shut down.
You know what's funny? That soup that they're talking about literally is top ramen. It looked like top ramen.
I would never try a hot dog soup. Would you eat a hot dog soup?
No.
Does mac and cheese with hot dogs in it count in that category? Or?
Any hot dog variations, I'm sure, is going to be treason in North Korea.
Hot dogs and mac and cheese together?
That's delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did your mom ever make that for you?
No.
Oh, so sorry.
Yeah.
You're missing out, man.
I'm so sorry.
Serious stuff.
Get your wife
sorry.
like tonight, like, hey, what do you want for dinner, honey? Just go, can I just get mac and cheese with some hot dog in it? I have an experiment I need to try.
Riker hasn't done that. So Riker hasn't had the hot dogs and mac and cheese. At least I don't think that he has. Did you do that when you were?
No, I don't recall doing hot dogs and mac and cheese.
That's just weird.
Joan, what are these? What are these childhoods that they'd hit?
I know.
Would
this
you-
was like the greatest Friday dinner, like around our house.
That's a special occasion when you get the hot dog and mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Not much happened in your homes today because that's not a special occasion, man. But whatever, it's all good.
Hey, we went to steakhouses for birthdays and birthdays only.
Okay, very good, very good. Oh, you guys want to do something? Let's do this. Who knows what this is?
Breaking Bad.
Chris, you know what that is?
Yeah.
You can now buy the Breaking Bad home in New Mexico.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Does it come with a pizza?
No, so here's the thing. That home, people were getting, the owners were getting pissed because people kept stopping by and throwing pizzas on the roof.
That's why.
Is that true?
Yeah.
That's why they're selling it for $4 million.
Wow.
They're like, people won't stop coming to this home and bothering us. They had to put up a gate and everything. And so now they lived in that home for like that was a family home. Family lived in that home for decades.
Well, think of the resale value, though.
They failed, though. That's a fail. What they should have done is used it as an Airbnb, decorated the inside to look exactly like the Breaking Bad home, and then rented it out, similar to how they do the Christmas Story house in Cleveland.
That's probably a smarter way to do it.
Here's what I don't know is, did they use the inside of this home to film Breaking Bad, or was that on a set?
I'm sure that was a set.
That was probably on a set.
I love Breaking Bad.
It's a great.
Do you know that was the first show that I ever binged?
What's the over-under on how many times Dan's going to hit that sound effect?
I know.
4.
Wow.
let's set it at 4.
We only have 15 minutes left.
Forget it.
Well, honestly, if someone buys that house, they should do exactly what Chris just said.
Oh, absolutely.
Make it you'll make a profit on that in no time.
Also, if you're tired of people throwing pizzas on your roof, you get a fake pizza and you leave it up there.
Yeah.
Well, or pay people to do it.
And here's the problem. You got pizza on your roof. You know what other problem you've got? Bird poop.
Oh, yeah.
Because those birds are going to go after that pizza and then they're going to poop it.
On weekends, they should have a stand that says pizza throwing, $5 a throw or something like that.
Would you pay $4 million for it, though?
I bet that's a good investment because people are going to be able to flip that around and use it as a rental.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should go less than 2 for like a, I don't know, a historical quote unquote house.
Where is it?
New Mexico.
New Mexico. Yeah.
What's the real estate market like? What are the
Not
adjacent
that great
properties?
in New Mexico.
I mean, no offense to New Mexicoans, but who wants to live there?
Nobody.
I don't.
I mean, vacationing if you're a diehard Breaking Bad fan, I'm sure there's going to be, hey, we should go and be Airbnb this for 2 weeks or a week or so and pay how much it is. Like, you can probably charge like you charge like San Diego Airbnbs. You can you can overcharge like crazy.
Yeah, you could do like $1,500, $2,000 a week.
Oh yeah, easy.
Hey, can you guys guess what is the most affordable city in America? The most affordable city?
Most affordable city?
Let's go with, it's going to be somewhere in Mississippi.
I was going to say maybe on the border of Florida.
Nah, somewhere in Alabama.
Man, all y'all are wrong.
All y'all.
Detroit, Michigan.
Oh. Yeah, but you buy those houses and they come with a tax bill. Do you know that?
Well, yeah. So they have like these homes for like $1.
But they don't tear the homes down because there's back taxes associated with the property. So you buy the home for $1 and you owe $85K to the city of Detroit.
So
yeah, but that's Still not bad. I mean, you've got a dilapidated house that you have to fix, but $85,000.
If you don't mind black mafia family members roaming around the streets, you know.
Drug dealers going past your house.
Let's be honest. Who wants to live in Detroit, Michigan?
Yeah, no one.
There's a documentary on YouTube called Detroit on Fire. It's old now, but maybe like a decade old. But they describe that the city of Detroit has like multiple different types of arson. You have your insurance arson. You have your wanting to get rid of blight arson. You have your neighborly dispute arson. So me and you get into an argument about the trash barrels being too close to the curb or leaving them out, and then I firebomb your living room. There's
arson. Get your arson
There's
here.
all sorts of different types of arson in Detroit.
Here's the thing, though. There's a lot of properties in Detroit that probably need to be arsoned.
Fair.
Yeah.
You know?
Just seeing Chris and arson. Get your arson here. 3 for $1. Arson here.
You know what the number 2 was? The number 2 most affordable city? Memphis.
Oh, jeez.
So what they've done...
it's just crap holes.
The top 2 are crap holes. The rest of them actually were not bad. You had Indianapolis, Indiana.
Indianapolis is a crap hole, too.
No, it's not.
Yes. You have recency bias.
I haven't been there in 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Indianapolis is a nice town.
No, it's not.
Oh, you're
completely overrated.
You're a poopy head.
Wow.
No, lousy town.
Well, you were there very recently, isn't that correct?
I was there a couple years ago.
Oh.
It's awful.
What did you find wrong? Awful. It wasn't awful.
How long ago were you there, Dan?
It doesn't matter. It's a nice town.
Were you in your 50s? Were you in your 40s?
Were you
in
a
your
kid?
30s? Did you have hair?
I was in my okay. I was in my 40s and I had hair. You know, it's a crap hole.
You had hair in your 40s?
I did. I didn't.
This is recent.
I didn't shave my head until I got here.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Just like, you know what? I'm in Nashville, New City. I'm going to change it up a bit.
Well, I lost a wife and my hair.
She took it in the divorce?
Oh, jeez.
She took a lot.
She took a lot.
I could not resist.
Hey, Chris, when is your birthday?
July 26th.
So there is a thing, and I tweeted this out, where the how popular is your birthday?
Okay.
Right. So how many people were born on your birthday? You know, generally speaking, December 26th, my birthday. The fewest amount of people are born on my birthday.
Okay.
You were born on July 26th?
Yep.
So
I think I share a birthday with Mick Jagger.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I share with Bailey, the WWE wrestler. That's the only
July
person I know.
26th is the 49th most popular birthday out of 366.
Because of Leap Day.
Yeah. KGB, what was your...
Mine was June 15th. I was 105, if I remember.
You were 105, and what were you, Joan?
June 26th, one month after, or before Chris.
And June 26th, you were 127th most popular birthday out of 366. And again, mine was 366. All right. Give me 15 seconds. What do you got coming up?
All right, so today on the show, we're going to talk about the podcast, the groundbreaking podcast that sent Sean Ryan into hiding. Like, listen, I'm the conspiracy guy, and I love this kind of stuff, and I got excited when I heard about it. But then when I watched it, underwhelmed and disappointed.
All right, coming up, KGB, we have some trivia that we're going to do. In that little segment before the news, we're going to do some trivia with KGB, with Joan, me, and Chris. All of that straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here, looking ahead to what is coming up here in 2025. What big events do you have planned? Whether it is a big corporate event or a family reunion, maybe a wedding at your home, my friends at Nashville Tent and Awning can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. Now, they've been around since 1884. These folks, of course, a Nashville institution, and they've worked with the likes of the Titans, Vanderbilt, and the Grand Ole Opry. They're one of the top companies here in Nashville. So think about your backyard. You can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so that you can enjoy it even here in the wintertime. So if you have an event for work coming up, maybe for the family, whatever, my friends at Nashville Tent and Awning, they can help you big time with a tent or enclosure, and they've got awnings for any style of building that'll improve the look and feel of your home or office. Get some visuals and check it all out at their website, ntaco.com. and taco.com. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-329-3701. 615-329-3701. Solid craftsmanship built to last since 1884. Nashville Tent and Awning. $8:56. Kill the music there, Malinoff. I got a better one. 8:56 on Nashville's Morning News. It's trivia time with KGB, Dan, Joan, and Chris. So we discovered on Friday that Jeff, at one point, and if he doesn't behave himself, he'll go back to that. He was a DJ for trivia. And so I thought it'd be a great idea to do a bit of trivia to end the show. So, Jeff, go ahead.
All right. So I have, I got two questions. I can get more. I have a bunch of questions. Some of them are kind of lame. But
no, I'm on the record as saying that I'm going to lose at this. I suck because I'm not good at trivia. But go ahead.
Okay. So I will let you choose the subject. How's that?
Okay.
I have a history question, an animals question, and a I'm not sure how to describe this. A sports equipment question, I guess is the right way.
I'll take sports equipment for whatever.
All right, your sports equipment question. Which ice skate has the longest blades? Is it a figure skate, a hockey skate, or a speed skate?
Oh, that's easy. Speed skate.
Yes, that's correct.
That was so easy. What'd you give him that question for?
Because it's the first question on my list. It goes easy to difficult.
You favor him.
So are we just shouting out answers?
He did give me a job for the record.
There's no buzzer system.
So yeah, all right, here's your history question. This one's a little more tough.
Wait, is this for me or somebody else?
It could be for anyone.
Oh, okay.
Okay, are we? Oh,
all right, fine. We're just going to shout out answers then.
Okay.
All right, history.
Yeah. All right, history of of King Henry VIII's 6 wives. How many did he execute?
All of them. No, except one.
All right, hold on.
King Henry VIII's 6
wives. Let's all.
How many did he execute?
Let's all do what we think the answer is. Joan says all but one. Chris, what do you say? No Googling.
I'm going to do 5 out of 6. Yeah, I agree with Joan.
I'm going to say 4. 4 out of 6.
2. He only executed 2 of them.
Is that all?
They were beheaded.
I can't believe I'm saying I'm disappointed because I lost the question.
Let's see. They just were beheaded.
All right, next question.
Next.
All right, animals. All right, here's your animals question. This one's a little bit easier. If this one's too easy, I can do one more.
All right.
What sea creature does the male carry the offspring?
Seahorses.
What's yours, Dan? What's your guess?
Dolphins?
Jellyfish.
Chris was right. It was seahorses. Male carry the babies.
It's weird that you know that, Chris.
I have plenty of useless information if you need
All right,
it.
I got one.
Let's do one more.
All right, one more. This one's for Joan. This is toys and games category. What decade did Barbie debut?
Oh, in the 50s.
40s.
Chris?
40s.
The 50s. Joan was right. I knew Joan.
Ding, 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 ding.
All right, there you go. Good for you, Joan.
So all 3 of you got one right.
There you go. I'm going to be honest. I totally lucked out on that whole ice skating thing. I had no idea.
Really?
No idea.
Again, I have questions from like the last 2024, 2022, or 2023 and 2021. I got them. So we'll keep doing this if you guys want. But I got more than enough to keep going.
I don't know. I guess the question is, let's ask the super texters.
Oh, I think that's a good idea.
Should we do in this last segment, heading into Chris's show, where he also has a lot of useless information? Should we do trivia? I'm just kidding, Chris.
Do you want me to check the text line?
Yeah. Should we do trivia for this last? Oh, you know what I wanted to do? I want to include a listener.
All right.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So we're gonna have
Fridays.
We'll pick one listener. Let's do a day. Yeah. We'll do one listener a day. And we'll play trivia with said listener.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll start that. All right. It is 9 o'clock. I'll see you tomorrow on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.